Well, if you thought day one was all the action that you ever wanted, you're wrong, certainly, because it's day number 2, folks, of the PMPL SA 2023 Spring, and we're in the grand finals. And as we begin, we will have 6 more matches. Yesterday, we saw things started off with, well, Mongolian domination, and also did end up with Mongolian dominating. But in the between matches, we had the Nepalis take over. So a lot of things did happen. We're going to talk all about that also, and also cast the games today. My name is going to be Fixes. Along with me, it's going to be Shadow. So, Shadow, day number 2. You've seen day number 1. What have you concluded, and how excited are you for tonight?
Well, it's day number 2, like you said, and day number 2 is always the unpredictable day because now teams are more prepared. They have tasted the grand finals. They have already tested day number 1, and now the bottom teams or the top teams of a league plays like 4M and Stalwart Esports. They were suffering. They were not suffering exactly, but they were not able to perform up to our expectation. But the teams who are on the bottom, like the players of Raw Official and DEADEYES, they really need to break new ground.
Well, they certainly have to. I mean, a lot of teams, we have to be honest, will have to do better tonight. And because if they do not do it tonight, then maybe there's no tomorrow. But regardless, let's take a quick look at the prize pool. We've got $80,000 on the line. And out of which, the first position, whoever wins this tournament gets $7,500 and so on. As you can see, the prize money keeps, just reducing. Of course, that's the general norm. And then everyone that participated in the league stages gets $2,000 each. So even we have separately $1,000 reserved for the MVP of this tournament, out of which we've got a few contenders. But then, Shadow, we've got a whole new point structure. Why don't you let us know something about it?
Oh, I have been saying this season the MVP is the point structure because the major change that is there, yes, the elimination points are of major priority right now, but if you get the chicken dinner, you get 10 points. For the second place, you get 6, and third, you get 5 points. It keep on reducing, and you have to be in the top 5 because if you're not, either you're getting 1 point or 0 point, and that is something which all the teams are suffering because they have to focus on the elimination points. If you were the strategic and tactical team previously, now you have to be the aggressive one.
Oh, you certainly have to be. I mean, they do not have the choice, really. But yes, before we get started with the day, quick look at the map, in fact, the overall ranking. So, as you can see, DRS Gaming, they've been leading the charts. They've secured 121 points. Second up, we've got Stalwart Esports, 116. Finally, they managed to redeem themselves in the final game yesterday. And on third, we have got ND Esports. I think this team has been quite impressive, to be honest. Faceboy especially has been one of my new favorites for Medical Vibes. They have been struggling to get into their vibe, that kind of a game where they kind of go all out. We did see them, getting those 10 finishes, but that chicken dinner is long awaited. As we move on forth into the second half of the table, these all teams are kind of struggling. SITM, despite getting a chicken dinner yesterday and considering the fact that they could not get a lot of bonus points, now they sit at the 9th position.
They certainly sit on 9th. At the same time, look at the stats of Seal Esports. Just a single placement point and 15 elimination points. Seal Esports, yes, they are bringing the aggression, but they also need to focus on the placement points. They need to survive a bit more into the game. On the other side, we have the players of TRZ. TRZ, the way they stepped up in the league plays, day number 2, they have to step up because then it's the last day and it will be too late for the players of TRZ to make a comeback.
And here we have Illuminate Crew. They were a team that, the only team that managed to secure 2 chicken dinners, and that too back-to-back in Sanhok. Quite have established themselves as the masters of figuring it out. And could be a lot of different reasons also. I mean, let's be honest, we had 2 circles exactly, around the same vicinity. So Illuminate, they've done a few things different, have been opting out of Paradise, have been making those quick rotations, have been sitting, have been taking those compounds really well. But despite that, what I really loved about this particular team is how they are so well coordinated, so well gelled up. Now, if you can tell that for Medical Vibes are one of the most aggressive teams of the Mongolian region, and that is where Illuminate Crew also comes in. But they have that tad bit of balance in their gameplay also, where they can have instantly switch it up between how aggressive they can be and at the same time how defensive they can also play.
Well, high voltage as compared to league plays, definitely there has been a certain downfall in the gameplay. In fact, in the league plays only, week number 1 was entirely in their favor. After that, week 2 and week 3, they didn't perform really at all in the grand finals yesterday. Also, yes, they did manage to perform in one good game of Sanhok, but other than that, high voltage, they were completely missing out. On the other side, I'm shocked because in the league plays, Sanhok was not their strongest map. It was always Erangel, where they got the maximum chicken dinner and the maximum points for themselves. But this time, they have worked on Sanhok, and by getting both chicken dinner and Sanhok, they are looking super strong.
Oh, they certainly are. But we've got to take a quick look at the League One score points of high voltage against their own League Week 3 score points. So you could see the first week was really good. They had been getting a lot of points. They've been getting a lot of damage done. They've been getting a lot of finishes. But come the third week, we have seen that dip in the performance. And let's be honest, I think that has still been continuing. That has still been the case with them. In a lot of fights, we haven't seen that high voltage that we're acquainted to see. And to make things worse, I mean, the Sanhok games, they can't really just get by anything. To be honest, every single time they drop around that Western Island, and we've seen so many of those Eastern Island circles. I mean, both those Eastern Island circles. So that has also been one of those problems. And when you talk about this lineup, looks like an all-star lineup, was the champion last season. But this season, I feel, Shadow, a lot of things are missing.
Yes, from the side of high voltage, yes, they are missing. They were the champions of the previous season, but this time, the way they are losing those 4v4 battles, I think high voltage really need to work on the synergy and the communication, because the way players are picked off individually as well, high voltage really need to work on their 4v4 close combat fight, and at the same time, they need to bury the hashe with the players of SITM Esports in the map of Sanhok, because SITM, they are punishing high voltage every time.
Yeah. That's a whole different story. They've got a different love story going on over there. But here we are with the schedule for day 2, number 2, folks. And it is going to be Miramar. Then we've got Sanhok, then Erangel, and it repeats in the same order. So, of course, starting things off with Miramar, yesterday we saw SITM clinching that chicken dinner. But as we moved on forth, that was not the case. We did see, T2K managing to steal one out from DRS in the second Miramar, if I'm not wrong. Yes, I think that was the case. So DRS has also been one of those teams that we have to really watch out for, because today is going to be very crucial for them. Not just for DRS, even for the likes of NB, or maybe even Stalwart. Even if you can talk about, I think for Miracle Vibes also. So all these teams, I think. It's going to be an important day, because today is the day where they either build up the lead, or they kind of keep things a break even, where we have a lot of competition for day number 3. I just want the latter, and what I really do not want is to make predictions. But since it's the first game, let's do it. Let's just do it for the heck of it, and then we might decide if we want to skip this or not. So, Bhavna, who do you think is going to get the chicken dinner?
Okay, since we have Miramar and yesterday MABETEX Esports, they were so very close to getting their first chicken dinner. So I think MABETEX Esports can get this one, if we have a northern circle.
Okay, so I think MABETEX is a really good choice, and I think I would like to go with Stalwart, because this is a little customary with them. Every single day they come in, the first day they kind of mess things up, and from the second and third, kind of wake up to the senses and start playing really well. And yesterday, towards that final game, I think in Erangel, we saw some signs of revival from their side. And one of their biggest problems, their biggest hindrances have been trying to keep all their players alive. And that is something that they failed to do so in the remainder of the games, barring the last Erangel. So that is one of those things, I think, if Stalwart has worked out on. And if Action and Top get into super form, I think we saw that partnership duo working in tandem in that Sanhok map, where they absolutely obliterated DRS. So if that happens, if we could get to see more of those moments, I think we'll be pretty pleased, won't we?
Well, certainly we will be. At the same time, 4MV, they also need to focus on those rotations, because yesterday, every time 4MV, when they were trying to move inside the circle, they were engaging in so many fights that mid-rotation, the players were getting off guard, and they were not having the numbers till the very end. And if 4MV, they also managed to keep up their numbers, I think the Mongolian top team, Stalwart and 4MV, they are looking strong for day number 2.
Now, for Medical Vibes are certainly a team that does not know where to put the brakes, and why should they? Because the way they've been aggressive, the way they've been playing, folks, I think it has blown everybody's mind, especially Doc, the way he's been performing. So right now, we head on to the first map, and it is going to be Miramar. We head on from Puerto Paraiso towards water treatment, and as you can see, the map hasn't been dissected into two halves. But for sure, teams heading on towards Monte Nuevo or maybe El Pozo or La Trilera, they're going to suffer a little bit. They have to take that longer route. They've got to opt for those vehicles. And in doing so, Shadow, we have seen what happens to all these teams.
They do lose few of the players, or early casualties do come up. And yes, the flight path is already favoring all the teams that likes to drop in towards the eastern side. But for the teams like SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they drop in towards the western side, northwestern side. They have a long journey up ahead. They need to resort to those vehicles. Yesterday, we did see few changes in the drop location in esports. This time, they are heading towards the side of El Pozo. 4MV, well, whatsoever the flight path is, they are going to go to the side of Chumasera. The question is where the first circle is going to be, because the circle itself is going to decide the fate of so many teams in the lobby, the rotation, so many things. And looks like 4MV, they are going to be pretty happy this time.
Oh my goodness. Now this is exactly the kind of a start that I think I'm pretty sure everybody watching the broadcast wanted. Something out of the blue. Now, considering the flight path, in fact, the circles kind of located around Chumasera or Ladriera, there are two different variations, right? Either it kind of sticks towards Monte Nuevo or the surrounding places, goes a little towards the east, the Monte Nuevo hills, or maybe it goes down to Chumasera. And there's a very rare occurrence where it kind of also goes down to Valedima. I think there was a certain phase, I think one time where we used to see those western borderlines being contested a lot, right? A lot of these teams prioritizing that. And for Medical Vibes and in fact Raw officials realized that this could be their game. And Raw officials, Shadow, what do you think has gone wrong with them? Because every single time they've been coming inside the lobby, we haven't seen anything promising, just barring that one IHC fight yesterday.
Oh yes, certainly. Raw officials, they stepped up big time in week number 3. But I think maybe it's the pressure of the grand finals, or maybe they are thinking way too much, just like the players of T2K, not trying to engage in too many fights, trying to survive, and that is not working in their favor, because Raw officials, the rotations are good. This time, instead of going towards the northern side, they are towards the southern side, and the circle is already in their favor. So they need to be a bit more confident. And if they are, I think Yeto Uta, he needs to survive from the side of Raw officials, because he's the standout player in their team. And Yeto Uta, if he survives, if he gets the backup of his teammates, I think Raw officials are pretty good to go, and they can take down even the strongest teams in the lobby.
I mean, they certainly can, but I feel that it's getting a little too late. And today's the day, the redemption day for Raw officials. If they do it, they go ahead, and if they fail, then at least they should try to be in the top 12 at least, to have the chance to play the ESA Championship. I think that's the big prize that all these teams over here are fighting for. And now we've got Illuminate Crew, right? One of those teams that kind of loves to drop down at Los Leones, had possibly one of the best days yesterday, two chicken dinners in Sanhok. And what they would be looking forward to is a little bit more consistency over here in the remainder of the maps.
I agreed, because yes, they got 2 chicken dinners, but still they are not in top 5. So I8, they need to be more consistent, and I think that will be showcased today, because I8 is not a team which has seen any kind of a downfall in their performance. Week number 2, back-to-back 3 chicken dinners in their favor, and they not looked back after that. Their performance has been improving. Yesterday also, they were not feeling the pressure of the grand finals. The way rotations were coming in, they have already capitalized on their weak map, that is Sanhok. Erangel has always been a very strong map for I8. So I8 are looking very decent. At the same time, NB Esports, they got a chicken dinner yesterday in the last Erangel.
Yeah.
Every time NB Esports, the rotations are coming so very perfect. It was just Mondo who was not able to perform up to our expectations as he was performing in the league plays. But Festboy, like you pointed out at the start of the event, that he has stepped up big time.
No doubt on that. I mean, Festboy is one of those players that kind of got me, pumped up really. The kind of the kind of peaks that he was getting, the kind of the bodies he was taking down, and his positioning is what I really loved the most. And I felt NB Esports deserved one chicken dinner last night. So kudos to them for getting that. But now, as things are, we're gonna see a lot of traffic around that northeastern side. So many of those teams trying to get inside the circle. You've got IHC already quick on their rotations, have taken over their vehicles. We've also got the players of high voltage, I think, deciding to start moving in. And IHC, I think they would want to go towards Monte Nuevo, get all the loot that they possibly want, and just stay over there, wait for the next circle. And but Leo Esports also, we saw a few moments, a few games where they were doing pretty decent, but we haven't seen them hitting the roof yet. We haven't seen them getting to their best, because I feel this team could do a lot more than what they are doing right now.
Well, Leo Esports right now they're sitting at the 11th spot and only 13 elimination points, total 62 points. All they had was one good game. That was the match number 3 of Erangel, where they came second. Other than that, Leo Esports, they were completely missing on day number 1. And we did see that kind of a fall from the side of Leo Esports towards the end of league plays as well. So Leo Esports also need to really work on their synergy. Right now, the rotations are not a problem, because Leo Esports usually find themselves towards the center of the very first circle. Not just first circle, towards the third and fourth circle. They do have a good positioning inside the circle. It's just that they are not able to survive for very long. Slipknot is a guy who always gets picked off at the very start of the game, and the numbers are also a very big problem for the players of Leo.
Oh yeah, I think not just getting the numbers, getting successfully inside the circle and holding good positions, that has been one of the biggest issues. During even the fights, I can see, there's a little bit of a doubt in their minds, and I think it's just them, kind of overthinking in certain situations. If they get over that, I'm pretty sure they can do well, because Leo Esports, we know these players, we've seen them in the past. They're capable of so much more than this. But for Medical Vibes, I think they're going to be the hot topic tonight, and they would be on everybody's mind. A team that absolutely dominated in the league stages, almost had 200 points of a plus lead against the third and fourth position team. And now suddenly in the finals, we haven't seen them playing accordingly. And I think you pretty much described it. During week number 3, they were kind of figured. They had been figured out. They were not that dominating. Stalwart managed to sort of reduce the gap, and ever since, it's kind of been a spiraling down story for them. So right now, today is one of those days where they need to begin things with getting a chicken dinner, and like I said, they need to somewhere hit the brakes, right? Because we see them kind of always in the element, always in the vibe, just spot players, take them down, and they keep on going hunting. And this has happened majority of the times, where we've seen like they've got to engage with 2 or 3 different squads, and even in all those fights, they kind of tend to have a few casualties also, and that is something that really does not help them in the final circles. And now we see the circle taking that shift, so it kind of goes down to Chumacera. And for Medical Vibes, now this is the perfect game. Now this game is theirs to lose, to be honest, Shadow, because they've literally got the epicenter of the map, and they've got a really good spread. They've even got both the upper Chumacera, and even they've got the parts of lower Chumacera, and all they have to do is defend. And if they can successfully do that, which is really difficult, to be honest, with so many teams closing in, I think they're not just going to get a lot of finishes, but also a chicken dinner.
I'm not so sure about the chicken dinner, but yes, totally 100% agreed about the elimination points which the players of 4MV can get, because like you said, they are in the epicenter, so obviously all the teams will be looking in their direction, so that means they might have to engage in too many fights. But if they are able to defend the position, definitely this is a very pivotal game for the players of 4MV. The perfect circle, the perfect positioning inside the circle, everything is working in their favor. But now we have the first airdrop. that has got an AUG. I doubt if anyone is going to pick that weapon, maybe for the close range, but for close range, we have the DBS. So, Leo Esports, they are also going for the rotation. All the rotations that are coming from the northern side, the northern periphery of the circle looks so very busy. So, that means there can be a chance of a third party happening or multiple fights breaking out, because holding on to the northern side is not going to be easy. So means the players on the southern side, like the players of TRZ, they can benefit heavily from the circle, even the players of Raw officials.
You know, one thing we've noticed, we haven't seen any action as of yet. It's almost been, 5-6 minutes into the game. The second circle has already started to form, and in a minute or so, we're gonna see it close in also. And teams, they're all just taking their sweet time. Finally, I hear a bullet. And there you have it. I mean, the victims, as you can see, from far off, I think somebody had taken a little bit of damage. Maybe somebody from Kunyo TRZ. Because right now, you could see them right beside each other. So, NB Esports have taken a very different approach. They've taken that western highway, they've dropped in down a little south. Maybe we'll take that Valdemar route and try and close in and get over those hills. You know, just trying to huddle up just behind SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, who kind of placed a little western, in fact, towards the southern side of Ladril. And if you're wondering how am I giving you all that information, I do have the map feed with me. So a little bit of those insights on what the teams are up to. So DRS Gaming, that's one of those teams that's trying to close in. We've got Illuminate, very well stationed at those nearby compounds, who are certainly being kind of watched over by the players of Stalwart. But the big question, I think, Stalwart for now, they would love to hold on to that hill advantage that they have till, I guess, the next circle shift.
Yeah, they would want to hold on to that areas, and that also means they might challenge the players of 4MV. But Stalwart, the reason they are looking good, they have the height advantage, but looks like the first knock is already being drawn as High Voltage gets a knock onto Liquid. Confirmation also coming. This is the thing I was talking about. Leo Esports, it's always they lose one player during the mid rotation, during the second circle, and that is not working for them, because look at the position. They have the northern control, but they are not able to defend their players. They don't have their numbers. But on the other side, three teams are trying to have the southern dominance, southern control. That are the players of NB Esports, TRZ, and Raw officials. Where High Voltage, they are in the close proximity to the players of 4MV.
One other thing that that has kind of popped up in my mind is you kind of start off way separated from each other, and they had that ample time to kind of rotate and get into the center of the circle. Now this is one of those phases where all these teams tend to rotate, and while you're rotating, you're kind of susceptible to fire from multiple directions. But for now, NB Esports, I think, seem to be contesting for the southern area, so they might be looking at players of maybe Kunyo TRZ, but on the other side, DRS trying to get inside the zone have been spotted, and one of their players has been taken down by SITM. Now this is not a good news, considering there's so many teams right on their tails, just hoping that DRS gets an early eliminated pretty early on, and they get to take over the lead.
They have to. Kunyo TRZ are still having the numbers. They do have a good position. They need to be a bit cautious of NB Esports and Raw officials. But for now, everything is safe and sound. They do have a good compound. They're looking very calm and composed right now. They have the resources as well in their favor. All the level 2, level 3s, grenades, everything is working for the players of Kunyo TRZ. But the teams who are coming from the northern side and the eastern side on the periphery of the circle, that is where the action is going to happen. And looks like IA, they are opening things onto the plus of SITM Esports, as Dobu has been taken down. But IHC Zoil is closing on the distance towards the side of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. But are the players of SKYLIGHTZ prepared? T2K, they were not prepared for the grenade as action takes down Suyuk.
Alrighty, so actions beginning left, right, and center all over the map as action literally just bombards through T2K, just demolishing two of their players. And T2K, this is something that's gonna haunt them towards the end, because that approach, that kind of a push over the cliff was certainly unwanted. And IC deciding to go after another team, but Sandesh has been spotted off from the far away, hits his head. but that's all he could get. Deadeyes, guys, this is the time. They need to kind of get away from here, because now even Stalwart realized that no more inside the circle. But Rig, he seems relentless. Nate being lobbed over, does not get even near Icy, who's kind of got that Icy demeanor there. And Sandesh still liking his chances, still trying to pepper a few bullets at Icy's direction, but Stalwart on a hasty retreat. They realize that, yes, they've got to focus on the circle. They cannot afford any casualties right now. They have to, be happy with the 2 finishes that they had. And T2K, I do not know what they were thinking. How could they make a push like that without collecting any informations? And seems like Icy and NERZ might have, sniffed someone out, and in doing so, Top, a little overwhelmed, has fallen down on his knees. Needs to get that quick revival, and well, Rig's still hiding. I think it was that grenade that sort of gave away, Rig's position, and now Top's trying to give him that rest back up, and there you go. Sandesh and Rig both have been dealt with. Action gets 3 to his name, and T2K, they bite the dust, getting eliminated at the 16th position.
Well, the line of sight that you get from that cliff, Stalwart Esports definitely had the position advantage. They are aware of the plus of Deadeyes, but right now MABETEX Esports, they are coming under heavy fire from the side of Stalwart, but looks like HIGHVOLTAGE are also in a bit of trouble, as the plus of Seal Esports are showing on their doorstep, and I yet see they're already in the compounds. Perfect grenade comes in, and Zoil has been eliminated. Not just knock, perfect grenades, back-to-back 2 grenades, and Zoil has been eliminated. Now I yet see they are left with only 2 players, Alex and Demo. If a knock comes in, there is no chance that they can save each other. But Seal, Becca has been taken down by Probeen's perfect, precise grenade.
Oh yeah, and it's just not a battle between 2 teams. You've got HIGHVOLTAGE, IHC, Seal, everybody fighting for the same compound, and it's just grenades being flung over left and right, and bodies are starting to fall. And Probeen will take this sweet time, will have those smokes popped off, and inside the murky darkness, will try to get the rest back on. Becca, he wants to heal himself up, but not at the best of HP, as Jiggle just marches through, gets the confirmation on Alex, as Malik decides to be a little behind, a little aloof from his pack, and try and provide cover fire, because they're kind of wary of the fact that it's just not 1 team, but in fact 2 teams right in front of them. And Seal kind of seems a little sandwiched, but IHC has got no other options rather than retreating, because I don't feel like this is a fight anymore, as HIGHVOLTAGE, they've got their senses sharpened. They realize that, this is one of those fights where they kind of have a chance to keep these 2 teams at bay, because they've got the number advantage. They've got a good spot inside the zone, but Raw officials, I think, considering that little southern shift, they're going to enjoy that little central spot for themselves. A really good spread working out for them, as, SITM making things worse for DRS, and eventually just ended up throwing them out of the server. So DRS, the table toppers, getting eliminated at the 15th spot. Now this is a good news for all those teams that were contesting for the first place. Now if anybody from the 2nd, 3rd and 4th gets the chicken dinner over here, we're looking at the new table toppers.
And could be the players of 4MV. Erase, right now the circle is not in their favor, but it's an easy rotation for them. They can hold on to a good position inside the circle and can be the table toppers. This is going to open things for the players of 4MV and Stalwart Esports, and Stalwart already opening things onto the players of Deadeyes, where Deadeyes are also retaliating. Trades are coming back and forth through the grenades. Z already down, and Slayers are looking for confirmation, but the confirmation is not there. Churu loves her. What can he do? Maybe he'll try and save his teammate right now.
Oh, he certainly would want to, and Stalwart intending to breach in through the defenses of Deadeyes, guys, but have been smacked right at their face, as Deadeyes show some relentlessness, and they've been quite determined. The perseverance, the tenacity has been there, as a result of which Stalwart have lost out on numbers. Still the point action, that grenade comes in at his direction, and he's been also taking the quits, as now the fight is still not yet over, because MABETEX decide to capitalize on the situation and get away with murder, apparently, as Leo just stolen the vehicle and scooted away right from over there. We're leaving Casey behind, and that's gonna be a little painful to watch. But Kessie, he wants to punish somebody, and indeed he does. Does go a little greedy, gets that knock, but unable to secure the finish. As DEADEYES, guys, I don't know, they've been kind of having a roller coaster of a journey, because initially they almost had picked up a fight with Stalwart, and then eventually Stalwart decided to just force themselves onto their compounds, and they managed to fend that off as well. But eventually they've managed to keep all their 4 players alive, with Viper just coiled up, watching at their direction. On top has left, nothing really concerning him. But the remainder of the players, I think somebody's going to get hunted. And Viper can smell it. He can sense the danger. He can sense a certain team getting past him. And that's where he's going to be taking a lot of those shots.
On the other side, we have the players of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming also going up against 4MV, and looks like 4MV, I saw from far off that 2 players were already down. So 4MV was also not looking that very good right now.
Oh yeah, they certainly won't. But the situations, of course, this is not the right scene that you would want to be looking at this point, right at the midst of action. And we apologize for that. There's been some technical issue. We'll be right back inside the game. That's nothing to kind of be just worried about. But yes, as things went on, to be honest, getting back into the game, so we've got SKYLIGHTZ Gaming getting the better out of DEADEYES, guys. One of those players being taken down, who have certainly just been reduced to a one-man squad at this point. So I had seen Demo, the solo player, surviving. Had they got their full 4-man lineup over there, this could be their chicken dinner. But as things are right now, there's a lot of traffic around that southern hills, right? You've got teams like NV Esports, you've got Raw, and Mondo is relentlessly just trying to poke in, here and there, try and get a few picks. But it is Kunyo TRZ who are losing out on numbers, and it's going to be Akaza from the far off fray trying to take a few shots at them, as this is going to be a really tough climb for NV Esports, who are kind of taking their chances on the players of Raw Official.
Well, TRZ, they really need to watch their 6, because from the backlines we can see the players of SITM Esports might also want to close in the distance sooner or later, when the blue will start catching up to them. On the other side, Raw Officials, they have been holding on to the southern territory since a very long time, and NB Esports, Mondo might want to challenge them, but at the same time, Leo trouble right now. One player has been taken down, and can Fistboy get the confirmation point? Looks like he can, but a little bit of the ridge is helping the case of Leo Esports. But how long can they survive?
That's a big question. Certainly are in a whole world of trouble over there. Leo Esports, they're just kind of doing whatever needs to be done to survive, live, breathe for the next few moments, as we've already come down to the final 9 teams of the game, with HIGHVOLTAGE really having all 4 of their players alive, have managed to get a squad wipe also, as SKYLIGHTZ Gaming and Illuminate Crew. This is one of those fights that we've been longing for. No fear. He shows no fear when he decided to charge in at their direction, but now has opted to drive by with his buggy, and Sky could go on to punish him, but Woofies tries to keep himself hidden behind the little cover, as no fear. What is he up to? Where is he scouring? Because I8, they kind of are just positioning themselves up to take that fight, have burst open one of his tires, and no fear. I do not know at this point what is going on in his mind. Oh, maybe he's just trying to bait.
Well, I8, this game is so very pivotal for them, because all the top teams like 4MD, Stalwart Esports, T2K, DRS, they have been eliminated from the lobby. So I8, this is the opportunity that they can propel themselves up in the ranking. But right now, SKYLIGHTZ, they are in the crosshairs of Nova X, and Nova X knows exactly where Mafia Ninja is. Little Shag, but no fear, comes from the top, takes on Woofies and takes on Nova X as well. Sky also goes down. The only lone survivor from the side of I8 is Viper. What can he do? He takes on no fear, gets a confirmation, takes on AJ. No, he doesn't.
He certainly doesn't. But still in a 1v2, it's going to be very difficult. Him against the world over here, as Viper still manages to survive through. But it's going to be AJ who finally finds the lead right into his heart and kicks him out of the server. With that being said, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, They're marching through, somehow have already managed to secure 11 defeat points. Now, this is exactly the SKYLIGHTZ Gaming that a lot of fans have been waiting for, have been wanting to see. And no fear, he definitely has shown no fear in the first game. At least, 6 finishes for that lad. But now, NB Esports, they've got that higher ground, and Leo sits right down below them as Assassin, trying to capitalize on the opportunity. Does not have the DBS, but says the work can be done with the S12K. And SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, just when we were thinking that this could have been a really good game for them, got eliminated at the 7th spot.
But they had a very good run. Brilliant effort from the side. This is the same SKYLIGHTZ Gaming we saw in week number 1, where they used to have the northern control in the map of Miramar, but unfortunately the players of High Voltage have taken that control from their hands, and looks like Akaze was having some trouble with the vehicle as he knocks himself down. The revival should come in because NB Esports are looking to breach into the compounds of Raw officials. Both these teams have been so very silent since a very long time. Raw officials, they have all the reasons to be silent. They need the points, they need the placement points, they need the chicken dinner, they need the elimination points, and that is something they really need to focus on, because just a single defeat point is something they don't want.
This is something that I like. This one change from Raw officials where they kind of focus on trying to play around the center rather than just hover around and eventually get caught down to a lot of other teams while they're rotating. So it's better, just hold on to a compound. And High Voltage, they did a really good job with the cleanup. They've taken down SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. They made sure they had the entire control over the northeastern territory. Now have their eyes set on that entire eastern area. So they're kind of going after SITM next. And considering the SITM, they've done a really good job in dealing with DRS. So they kind of are in hot form. And Desert, he's been really impressing us with his plays. With the picks that he's been getting, had a really important role yesterday in getting that chicken dinner. That was so well thought of. And SITM has been one of those teams that is known to dominate in a map like Miramar. As Chiro just steps out, Assassin gets dealt with, but the trade-ins do come in, and High Voltage, they are literally just inducing all that electrical charge into the minds of their opponents, as Desert gets left behind all by his lonesome, and has dropped a lot of smokes to kind of create the doubt in the heads of their enemies. But High Voltage, I think that's none of their concerns as of now. What they're focusing on is dealing with the other strong squad that lies ahead of them. Has to be NB Esports.
And NB Esports can be that ugly thorn for the players of High Voltage, that can stop High Voltage from getting that chicken dinner. With only 4 teams left and 11 players remaining, it's a very close call between High Voltage and NB Esports. They both have the numbers advantage, but call a player luck. That is going to be IHC. IHC surviving with only 2 players demo since a very long time. He has been holding on to the position, but looks like he has been eliminated now.
Yes. Yeah, just when NB decided to kind of take over the circle and have got a really good position. And honestly, this is one of those rather more rare circles that we've seen. You've got so many of those ridges to play around, a lot of those crevices that you can utilize in your favor, and Desert seems to have done that. And in his final dying moments, he wants to get as many finishes as possible, as many points for his team, because barely surviving with a sliver of HP, does have a few first aids, will drop that smoke off and try to patch himself up, administer that first aid and play along the slopes. But seems like he's quite out in the open, and Akaza will capitalize. Has to be Fistboy who gets that final nail in the coffin. And that being said, SITM are also dealt with. So High Voltage have a slight idea of where the players of NB could be. Zodi from Raw, he was trying to make it inside the zone. That did not happen. And now suddenly we are in a 3v4 situation favoring the lads of High Voltage. And now the big question over here is how are they going to get, how are they going to inch in the distance between them and NB Esports. Now look at Mondo. He's got a really good flank angle. Mondo's position has not yet been revealed, but the moment he steps out, he wants to get a better angle. That's the moment he has to risk exposing himself out in the open. So Fistboy and Akaza need to drive all that attention, but Mondo decides otherwise. It's better to stick rather than create a different angle. But seems like High Voltage, they want to regroup at a certain place. So if a few grenades go popping in at that direction, this could be really harmful as High Voltage decide to split into packs of 2 as Assassin and Probeen on real low HP. One good grenade could make things really worse for them.
And looks like Akaza is looking for that opening onto Assassin. The grenade goes down, but can he get the knock? And yes, he does, right on his face. Now High Voltage left with only 3 players. Mondo wanting to get one more knock through a grenade. Probeen having the height advantage, but Jiggle goes for the flank angle. And with that UMP-45, takes down this boy.
Knocks after knocks are being traded off by both these teams. Has come down to Mondo and Akaza and Jiggle and Malik of High Voltage. And now it is just that hail that separates these two teams from glory. NB Esports en route to get their second chicken dinner, and High Voltage wanting to secure their first. And High Voltage have been impressive as Malik decides to charge in. Jiggle trying to provide that support fire, but none of them is making that first move. Everybody trying to find out all that fine angle just to thread that margin there, as now we could see them finally facing off against each other. Malik taking a few shots down at Akaza, finally falls down to Mondo as Jiggle on barely any HP. He needs to clutch it out. Just has that first hit but does not have enough time, as now he will take the time to just slow down to get himself patched up, as Akaza does exactly the same, and then Jiggle just charges in through. Akaza finally manages to administer the first hit in the right nick of time. It has come down to that 1v1 situation. Who prevails will be High Voltage, as this is an ecstatic, electrifying victory for these lads from Nepal, just stealing the show, stealing the glory, everything out from NB Esports. Could have been their back-to-back, but hey, High Voltage have made a statement. The defending champions of PMPL SA, they are back, Shadow, and that was one of to remember. The way they charged in showed no fear, and as a result have managed to see it through.
Well, certainly they have. They were already writing the chapters of victory yesterday in the second Sanhok, where they came on the second position, but now they get the chicken dinner. We were criticizing where High Voltage is, and finally they deliver the perfect chicken dinner for themselves. 11 elimination in their favor, very high damage number. First they eliminated the entirety of SKYLIGHTZ, managed to get the northern control in their favor. Then they went ahead, eliminated the players of SITM Esports, and took down the players of Raw officials, and finally took down NB Esports. And at the same time, NB Esports, I think they have toppled over few teams in the overall leaderboard.
Oh yeah, and you know, these 11 points are going to be so crucial for them that they got out of those eliminations, and those 10 for the chicken dinner. I'm pretty sure you were all acquainted with 15, but this PMPL we decided to make things even spicier, so that, you know, the action is always there. But what I loved about High Voltage was they capitalized on every situation. Any single time they saw the iron was hot, they went to strike on it, and you know, just completely forged their path to glory. And in that last final fight, they were the ones who aggressed on NB Esports, and it's very difficult, especially around those ridges, to try and do so. And especially when they kind of split into a pack of 2 there, we saw, you know, one of those players also getting taken down, but that did not hinder them to try and take their shot at NB. So this was so well fought out. Eventually did come to a 1v1, and boy oh boy, Malik just seemed to come through, and that's the kind of you know, tenacity you would need in that situation. And that sort of thwarts me into thinking who the MVP is going to be of for this game. Will be SITM's Dessert. So despite not making it you know, despite not getting the glory of getting the chicken dinner, the 1072 points of damage has certainly earned him the rights for being the MVP of this game.
And overall also, SITM Esports did manage to get few good elimination points and placement points. They did survive for a very long time, and all thanks to Desert for getting those elimination points. Yes, a very high damage number, good points to their name. And SITM, well, they are looking good, but they need to work more. They need more points if they want to be in the top 5. But Desert played it to the perfection.
Oh yeah, I mean, he certainly did, you know, surviving till the very end, laid his hands on the Grodza. But taking a look at a few of the other top players in the lobby, we've got no fear. I think those 6 eliminations, we could see it coming, right? Had he survived a little bit longer, maybe could have toppled over Desert. But it's fine, you know, this is what you would need from the new talent from SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, getting No Fear in, and that sort of has been making all the difference over here. Then, even Jiggle, he played a really important role, and Akaza for NB Esports cannot really take that away from him. As we take a quick look at the match summary, and it's sort of been a show of all these top 4 teams where you've got SKYLIGHTZ also in the midst of it, because why not? I mean, I think they got 11 eliminations to their name.
Yeah, it's 11, and SKYLIGHTZ, they were having a very good run. All thanks to AJ with those highest assists. Not just AJ, No Fear as well. SKYLIGHTZ, they had the perfect chance to get a chicken dinner for themselves until High Voltage showed up. And that is where SKYLIGHTZ, they fell down and they were eliminated. But after a valiant performance, after a very good performance of high fragging game.
Oh yeah, and they, as a result, let's take a look at the match ranking. Well, the start was a little slow for all these teams, but Comet, the third circle, and everybody just got into the mood, and we could see fights happening literally everywhere in the map, and a lot of fights we kind of did miss out on. I'm still wondering how for Medical Vibes got eliminated, but High Voltage Esports Nepal, 21 points out of this game. NB Esports not far behind with that 16 points. I think they could have snatched over that first spot from DRS. Then SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, a really good comeback game from these lads also. As you can see, just 1 position point, but those 11 eliminations, certainly the new point structure helping them a lot. As we take a look at the bottom half of the table, Stalwart Esports, all they could afford was 1 squad wipe, and that was just pretty much it. Nothing really apart from that. That was a big horde to take down, T2K. It's going to be a little tough task, but eventually when you knock the doors off DEADEYES, guys, things went awry for them. And even for the ex-toppers, that is DRS, I still cannot process what went wrong with them. I think they were kind of facing a lot of trouble facing SITM, trying to get inside the zone. But eventually SITM, I think Shadow, they were just 1 step ahead, and as a result have managed to just thwart them over, and maybe the top spot has gone away, but that leads us to the schedule. And now it is time to get into the rainforest, and now it's time for Sanhok.
Well, yes, it's time for Sanhok. Yesterday, they got a chicken dinner for themselves. Even the players of High Voltage, they had a very good run. They came on the 2nd spot. So yes, High Voltage will be looking forward to Sanhok, because they have always been performing really good. But they need to do something about the rivalry they have with the players of SITM Esports.
Oh yeah, I think this game, you know what, I really want to see one more. And I'm not going to ask for predictions from you, Shadow, because let's unanimously vote for them. Because we would want to see a Sanhok hat-trick from Illuminate crew. And for that, I think we have to pray that the circle kind of goes a little towards that east, so that they get to defend their compounds. And earlier, you were all saying that, it always tends to get into that kerfuffle in Paradise Resort. But I think they've done a decent job in avoiding to do so. And as a result, I think have been winning those games. I think that was the only missing piece of the puzzle, which I feel that they have completed, and as a result, feel more safe and secure in the rainforest.
But maybe NB Esports might be looking for some action, because they are already sitting on a very comfortable spot. They are in the top 3, and they want to stop the players of I8 in the tracks.
I mean, that certainly could be the case, but NB Esports, I think they've got much more to lose. I mean, both these teams are kind of around the top 4. That's for certain, right? And we've already made our prediction, so it's going to be Illuminate crew for us. And for the viewers, let us know, who do you think is going to get a chicken dinner in Sanhok? Because Sanhok is such a game changer, to be honest. It's so difficult to predict who's going to win, and it's all about being at the right place at the right time, getting the right position, the right compound, and you can just conquer Sanhok. Because gone are those days where teams would take their sweet time, loot down the southern belt, loot down that eastern belt, and collect as many as 40, 50 first aids, and then kind of go on to heat. And well, the developers heard us, and they made the right changes, and making Sanhok a lot more competitive than it was in these earlier metas. So another fight I think that I'm going to be looking forward to is going to be High Voltage, and I think it's SITM that they kind of tend to get into. But High Voltage, considering the kind of a voltage that they're electrocuting their opponents with. SITM, do you think they like their chances?
I don't think SITM would want to engage in a fight. It's more of high voltage because SITM they always go towards the shrine. High voltage they'd go towards the camp alpha compound area and they loot. It's sometimes that high voltage drop into the shrine, and every time SITM esports they have punished the players of high voltage. So it's better high voltage after having a good run. Focus on the consistency rather than the rivalry with the plus of setup esports in the later stages, in the final circle. I would love to see high voltage go up against setup esports and I8 go up against NB esports. Let's hope these are the final four teams we have.
Now let's just hope for a really good game of PUBG Mobile, as now we've taken it up to the skies from Camp Alpha to Mong Nai. So this is where I think High Voltage and Sitem both have their fair share of taking over Camp Alpha or wherever they want to take their drop. And now where my eyes will be set at is Paradise Resort next. Do we see that clash between Illuminate and NB? Because NB, I feel like they've taken the lead over there. So that's going to be a different story altogether. Stalwart, nobody contesting them at their boot camp. I mean, a lot of teams had tried in the past, but eventually sort of failed. But as we move along, High Voltage and Sitem, they kind of never give up, do they? I thought that's something that we're not going to get to see. But Malik certainly wanting to save the day over here as QB and Desert get caught astray and feel betrayed by their teammates actually. Because look at Jiro for a moment. Where on earth is he? He's kind of on the lower grounds. And QB and Desert, they will get finished off. And High Voltage, despite having two of their players knocked out, the numbers advantage certainly favoring them, as a result of which, they've not just gotten 2 but 3 finishes to their name. So starting the game with a high, and all I'm going to look forward to is where the circles are going to form. And in just the next couple of seconds, we will have the zone in front of us, and we'll have a more vivid picture of how this game is going to pan out.
I really need to take my words back. That High Voltage, every time they get punished, because now they were looking for a revenge, and this time they are the one punishing the players of Sitem Esports. Zero need to make a quick escape and scuttle back to the safety, hide somewhere, take advantage of the foliage of Sanhok, which Sanhok offers, and some hope to survive till the final stages, till the final few moments of the game, just like Desert did in the previous one. But High Voltage, they are already looking so very good. 3 defeat points in their favor. They have the height advantage. Even the first circle is in their favor because we have a northern circle. They're aware of the position of DEADEYES because DEADEYES, they have always been going towards the side of Hatin. So the rotations for High Voltage, I think, should not be a problem if they are studying their enemies. So I think High Voltage are looking pretty decent. But for MV, they really need to step up.
Today I think High Voltage have been showing a tremendous improvement, especially in how they've been approaching all those team fights. And it's kind of their preparations that they've done. They kind of realized that it was a very rough first day in the office in the grand finals, and they need to buckle up. And I think we can see that synergy developing between the players during the fights. And all right, DEADEYES, you did come out to hunt, but to their to their sadness, they'll find nobody, and they'll be surprised, and they'll say time wasted. So they'll have to figure out other ways. But as the zone is kind of a little northernish, it's gonna favor a lot of teams like IHC, even the likes of Illuminate, and then you've got NB. All of them just being in the nearby contention. And well, DEADEYES guys, they heard all those gunshots, they heard all that commotion, and they wanted to be a part of it. But sadly, they were kind of a little late to the party. Party's over.
And the question is, DEADEYES guys, do they have enough resources in their hands? Because few of the players are having just a level 1 armor or no helmet, just a level 1 vest. They don't have perfect resources in their hands. Instead of looting in the compounds of Hatin, they came looking for blood. Yes, they are going to be upset, but now is the time when they need to focus on collecting those resources, those first aids, those grenades, those smokes, which are going to come so very handy in this kind of a difficult circle where they have to cross the river bank as well. And maybe the players of IHC will be waiting for them on the other side of the river. So DEADEYES, right now they need to prioritize the resources and the rotations. At the same time, things are pretty silent in Paradise Resort. I8 and NB Esports, they are not going up against each other this time again. Mature and smart decisions coming from the side of IGL.
It's the trifecta of death over there. You've got three big teams, IHC, NB, and then you've got Illuminate. So, Illuminate might find themselves a little sandwiched, to be honest. But right now, we've got some action brewing up over here. We've got SKYLIGHTZ Soulless taking a couple of bullets. But eventually, Sus sort of revealed his position and had to fall down right on his knees. And Seal, it's a huge spread going out for them. They're kind of scattered throughout the map, and it's so difficult to kind of anticipate where they're really positioned. So Sas did kind of want to get in a little close, maybe take down Soulless, and that could have completely changed the narrative of this fight. But eventually, Seal just making sure they got that first knock. They're not going for the elimination. They want to draw out a few more players of Leo Esports. I think they've spotted out where HIGHVOLTAGE is, but HIGHVOLTAGE, he's kind of kept himself out of harm's way right now as Mr. Smokey V3. He also decides to rotate it, and I'm pretty sure Sanchi is keeping a tab on all of that action happening.
No, I want to be a little harsh onto the players of Leo Esports. Consistently, every game, they lose with their one player because of the split that comes from their side. This time again, it's SUS. Sometimes it's Liquid, sometimes it's Mr. Smokey. Leo Esports was one of the team that performed really well in week number 1. They were the one picking plus of high voltage in a close 4v4 battle. And Mr. Smokey was performing so very good in that. But right now, Leo Esports, they really need to work on those splits because the numbers are not favoring them, and looks like Stalwart Esports, they have spilled blood, and Leo Esports, they need to be prepared for this grenade.
Oh, they certainly have to. And Leo might have escaped from a certain situation, but now they are addressing the elephants in the room. That is going to be Stalwart Esports action, still hiding in the grasses, one with the nature. He's the nature's prophet right now. And Stalwart Esports, they need some cover. They need somebody to aid action in what he's trying to do. But because action, he's kind of wanting to play with fire, because at this point, even letting go of a couple of bullets is sort of going to reveal his position and will make him susceptible to fire from the side of Illuminate, and could be quite exposed, and things could go really awry for Stalwart. As they decide to march in, they kind of sense danger, and that's the kind of opportunity that Stalwart Esports need to thrive in. And Leo Esports, they need to understand. They need to understand the giants that they're dealing with. Stalwart, they have been taking those good 4v4 fights, but whenever it comes down to, just knocking at somebody's door, especially in that previous game, things did not go really well for them. It was not a merry road, but still going to take their chances. Now, the cues have been given out with that grenade. Leo sensed danger nearby. And at this point, Liquid, he's got to keep everybody at bay, as Nirzed in action, just scouring through all the compounds, just checking and making sure there's no one around. As Liquid, he needs some backup. HIGHVOLTAGE has positioned himself right at the doors, and there you go. There you go. Stalwart just open things up with a shebang, and not just get one, but instead 2 knocks, leaving HIGHVOLTAGE to be the sole survivor, whose position already being spotted out as action and Nirzed just charge in at his direction. And there you go, HIGHVOLTAGE trying to protect himself, trying to keep himself alive, but will not be breathing for much longer. His actions, DVS, speaks words, speaks poetry there, as Stalwart Esports managed to again take down Leo Esports out from the server. But I think, they are under fire from a different direction, but I think would just scoot away to safety.
SITM Esports and Leo Esports, the misery continues for Leo Esports, but action is coming under heavy fire from the side of Soulless, and Seal Soulless has got the perfect knock. I don't think there is any time for the revival, and action bids bye to his teammates. And for now, Seal Esports, they are happy with 1 defeat point they have got. At the same time, they need to be a bit cautious because other teams are coming from the southern side, like the players of 4MV we can see in the close vicinity. So Seal Esports really need to check their backs. Yes, they have been focusing onto the players of Stalwart Esports right now, but somewhere else on the map, we have MABETEX and T2K fighting for that control, where MABETEX are suffering heavily. They are down to only one player. Even the players of T2K are not looking so very good. Down to only two players. T2K, what is happening to this team? They are losing those close frontal battles. The rotations are not coming perfect. Even in the previous one also, T2K didn't fare off really that good as we expected. So T2K also need to work on their synergy. But right now, SEAL Esports and 4MV could be happening right now.
Yeah, I mean, T2K, I think it's just the pressure kind of eating them up. Not just barring that Miramar chicken dinner, things haven't really been sunny for them. And for Miracle Vibes, just deciding to head out, the mercenaries in action, but could be taken down by the SEAL squad there. You've got Solis, Sancher in the far fray with Becca and Rogue trying to provide cover fire. And East, he's the one leading the charge. He kind of senses danger, right? Especially when you kind of are going through and about the second stage of the circle. You kind of sense that no area is safe and secure. You've got to be alert. You've got to be on your toes every single second, because in Sanhok, you do not know where all these reptiles are hiding. And now we kind of get that reality check. We'll have a more clear idea to where the circle's gonna head out. But IHC illuminate both of these teams. They're kind of enjoying that central spot to themselves and haven't been posing a lot of threat. But this is preposterous. This is absurd, folks, because almost more than 50% of the zone is now submerged in water. This absolutely changes the dynamic of how these teams are going to be approaching. Everybody has got to make a mad dash inside the zone, and now we're just going to see bodies falling down. And just as we speak, IHC and I8, they break open.
Where Viper has been eliminated and Godless gets the confirmation point. At the same time, Stalwart Esports, I see he goes down, and I8, they are coming under heavy fire from the side of Godless. The vehicle has taken a certain damage, but I think I8, they are safer now. But 4MV, they are not safe as they are charging towards the side of Stalwart Esports. One knock did come, but Doc and refused. They dealt with the remaining players of Stalwart, and Stalwart, again, they bid bye-bye on the 14th spot with few points to their name. 4MV, they are looking good, but they have a journey up ahead. They have to deal with the plus of NB Esports at the same time IHC, because the circle is but few meters away from them.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little arduous. It's gonna be difficult. It's gonna be treacherous, filled with all sorts of adversities, and they will have to somehow conquer it all. And for Miracle Vibes, a really crucial game for them, with IHC just kind of holding the door, just having that best spot inside the zone. They're gonna make things worse for Miracle Vibes. But for Miracle Vibes, I think they've decided to slow down a little bit. You know, they're just not gonna charge in with their eyes closed. Rather, are just gonna play through the edges, let all the other teams fight out, wait for the right opportunistic moment, and strike when the time is right. So, as things are, again, Stalwart, this has been a prolonging problem for them. They kind of win that one squad battle and then start losing out on the numbers. Now, that has been one of the biggest reasons why Stalwart hasn't been able to, produce a lot of those big, point scoring games, because every single time they do that, they kind of lose out on few of the numbers of their men. And now, for Miracle Vibes, just when we were thinking they wanted to keep things slow, they decide to charge in on the compounds of IHC, where Godless just slaps at the face of Eastern Dog, and Nova providing cover from elsewhere. It's going to be Illuminate crew also joining in the action, as for Miracle Vibes, in the blink of an eye, Shadow, they have been eliminated from the server.
Well, 4MV, they made a mad rush toward the compound of IHC, and IHC replied that this is our compound, we are holding it, get out, get lost. And 4MV, they have been eliminated. Now we are left with only 12 teams, where the plus of raw officials are not looking good. The split is not working in their favor, as Kancha has been taken down and Becca, Sanchir at the mercy of the blue. At the same time, raw officials, this is time. They have to prioritize the rotation, but there is no time, as Becca running for his life, fighting with the blue. And so does his teammate. They have only a single first aid. Not looking good in terms of the resources. And finally, Becca makes it inside the safety. But NB Esports, Seg is in the crosshairs, and looks like Becca is going to pour heavy bullets towards him.
Yeah, I'm still kind of, just trying to process what was for Miracle Vibes thinking. Why? Especially when you know it is going to be IHC over there. How could you just go on barging at their doorstep like that? And well, one greeted with garlands were they? But now SKYLIGHTZ Esports, they find themselves in a whole world of trouble. And Becca, the sole survivor, has to face players of DRS. Gyante all by his lonesome. He's got to deal with AJ and Nima. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they've also been in a stellar form right now. And I think, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they've taken the right decision just to play around the shorelines, as a result of which they do not have to worry about anybody just creeping from the water. And good luck trying to take shots from there. So, DRS, they're kind of wanting to spread over the map a little bit, keep that northeastern periphery of the zone to themselves. And Gyante, I think he's got to play a little defensive because there's no chance on earth that he can just, go Mad Max Road Fury right at their direction. So, well, he just has to, calm down. He just has to relay all that important information to his teammates. And SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, this also could be their game. But it all comes down to where the next zone is going to be. Kunyo TRZ, we finally see a change in their pace. They're not getting restless. They're not getting impatient. They're just holding on to the compounds of Cow. They've got the players of T2K. But MABETEX, they've already taken it into the waters. It's sunny, it's summery days. A good time for a swim. But seems like Leo, he's been spotted down.
He's in a fish in a barrel situation. He's going to go down sooner or later. But right now, Nima has sensed someone on the back. And that are the players of DRS. So Nima needs to be a bit cautious. He's checking his back. At the same time, DEADEYES, they are picking the players of high voltage. Trades are coming back and forth. And MABETEX Esports, that was bound to happen. No fear. They eliminates him, and with that, MABETEX Esports have been eliminated. And SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they are looking super strong right now. They have all the 4 players, but I yet see 8 defeat points, already looking very strong in terms of the elimination points. At the same time, high voltage, DEADEYES, they are at the mercy of the blue, especially Malik. Malik might be resorting to that heal battle because he's way too far away from the circle. There is no chance on earth that he can make it inside the safety of the circle. And DEADEYES, in the process of waiting for high voltage on top, sir, he has been knocked down by the play zone. Now, is there any chance to save him? I doubt.
Even I don't like the chances of Malik getting inside the zone either. 300 meters to cover, and does not have anything apart from those bandages to patch himself up, and eventually will take his dying breaths, and down he falls. So high voltage just getting the better out of the players of SITM. Trying to take down 3, eventually managed to take 1 more player down, but that is all they could get. That's all she wrote for them, as DRS, Gyante, still being patient as ever. And this is the point where DRS have to press it. Now they've got a few hilly areas to try and get cover from, or maybe it could just be rules that kind of tries to just get in a little close to the players of Kunyo TRZ. With Gyante just, opening up on those grenades, kind of has revealed his position, but instantly decides to make his way towards his teammate, and then DRS could think of other ways to get inside the circle. As SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they still have a compound to themselves, so should not be a trouble for them, at least. They did have a vehicle, which is eventually busted open, but DRS, there they come, and knocking at the doors, trying to breach in through the compounds of T2K, but killer. We all saw that. 4K captured as IHC decide to knock on the doorsteps of T2K and Kunyo TRZ, but eventually it's going to be Steel Shot who gets a knock at his direction. Killer right on his knees, wants that res back up, will get it for sure. Delta will do that, but DRS will have to say goodbye to one of their teammates.
Now we have 3 teams in the same compound, IHC, T2K and DRS, where IHC definitely having the numbers advantage. But if we look at the circle, SKYLIGHTZ, they have the best position, best compound to hold on to. They can do a third party, but look at the 100 IQ coming from the side of Precious, sir. He was inside the water, but I don't know how the players of TRZ spotted him, and now he also bids bye by 5 teams, 17 players remaining. Jane is already so very close to the players of IHC, and now the circle goes away. IHC, they have to go for the rotation. Maybe they will opt for the waterways. They have time, they have enough time in their hands, but maybe SKYLIGHTZ Gaming could be waiting for them on the other side, or maybe they will try to snatch the compound from the hands of T2K, and looks like Alex is already trying to do so with that grenade, but I doubt if it is the perfect projectile.
IHC just making sure they check through the fences, wanting to take away any creepers that are hiding, just sticking up to it. And the next target right in front of them would be Kunyo TRZ. Mamba steel shot. I literally can, hear their hearts beating aloud. And Alex, he wants to knock on their doors. He has that grenade cooked up. Will throw it through the window, but does it connect? Does some decent amount of damage to Mamba, but steel shot. You can see that the DBS already equipped, already holstered up, and this is where IHC can actually decide to go in for the push. Now, the only thing that's kind of hindering them from doing that is they do not know exactly how many players are hiding inside the compound. So they want to kind of keep it a little low-key right now. They want to let some pressure being built up, a few of the other players being taken down, and then maybe wanting to decide to push. But no, Alex, he wants to take his chances. He wants to go in for the push. A little bit of the pressure being applied, and steel shot has been flushed out of his compound and has to go on a retreat. Mamba takes a little bit of damage, but seems like he's gonna live.
And DRZ, they have been forced to move back into the same compound. IHC, they do have the circle, but from the back line, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming are also closing in the distance. Perfect position to do a third party or the fourth party, T2K. They are in the middle with no numbers in their hands, only 2 players surviving. Now it's kind of a stalemate situation where LX with a grenade might be looking for some opening, but he doesn't know exactly where the players are, so the grenades are not going to come so very handy right now. Now all these teams, they need to realize the micromanagement of the resources, all the grenades, the molotovs, they have to use so very precisely. They have to lob it to the perfection. TRZ, this can be a good game for them. And Madcat with a grenade knows exactly where Godless is. He can bring down the numbers of IHC at this point. The question is, can he lob it to the perfection? Can he take down Alex? And looks like he can do so, but he just missed it.
He missed it, and seems like we'll have to take the brunt of it. Instead, DRS, they find a crack in players of TRZ over here as Alex decides to barge into the compound, but Degree seems to deal with him fairly well as Mamba is cooked up that grenade as Godless just burned himself alive, staying in that Molotov, and IHC just like that, wanting to take over the compounds of Kunyo TRZ. They have defended it with all their might. And now, this is the chance for teams like SKYLIGHTZ Gaming to try and close in the distance as T2K, well, they've got their 2 players alive. Degree trying to apply a little bit of pressure at Sandesh's direction, but Sandesh, we know what this player could have done had he been alive. As Degree, he certainly is proving to be the MVP in all these fights, thwarting off the players of IHC, and now taking down Sandesh over there, leaving Jane to be the final player surviving from T2K as DRS. They seem to be chilling. They've got a good compound. They're holding on to it as SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they might have been spotted out, trying to intervene in all the battles. They seem to have the positions a little bit exposed. That little hilly area trying to protect them. That little ridge helping them staying alive as Delta trying to find few more corners. One more good grenade. Maybe could take down Jane. Get those extra position points as Degree. He's going to be doing the honors as Jane trying to get away to save covers. But no, Degree does not let that happen as this player has managed not just 6 defeats. But look at this damage numbers on this lad as SKYLIGHTZ Gaming have completely laden this place with smokes as they decide to barge in on the compounds of DRS as Killer lies down on his knees. Gyante has to protect his teammate as Delta removing himself from trying to revive his fellow comrade and has to get himself into the midst of the action as Gyante comes out in the open, will be shredded apart as SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they have the advantage, get that killer blow, and with that finally get the chicken dinner that they were looking for so long.
SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they were out for the blood today and they are getting it in every single game. Finally, they get the beautiful winner chicken dinner and already writing the chapters of victory for themselves. Yes, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they have finally found their wings, and the way they are spreading them, getting the elimination points, the placement points, everything. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming are looking good. If they keep up the consistency, I think they will be in the top 5 today. But what a game. They've struck at the perfect opportunity when they knew the opponents are there at their weakest point. 8 elimination, definitely helping the KS to propel themselves in the overall rank, sitting at the 9th spot.
What a thriller of a match it was. I mean, every single action just perfectly captured. And, oh, I'm still over it. Just thinking of what was happening over there, it was absolute bloodshed going on in Cow, right? And, to start things off, I think we have to address Degree. This player, he was just phenomenal. I mean, what he did to IHC, just burning them alive. And that is how you defend a compound. And just when we were thinking that they might get overwhelmed by IHC's presence, they did not lose their calm. Instead, just drop down every last utility they had. And IHC could not just even get in. And, well, it just did not stop over there, right? They went in after T2K. They did everything. But sadly, Degree, he was kind of fend to himself. He was kind of left alone to fend for himself there, right? And SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, I mean, that push on DRS was impeccable. And eventually they managed to get the chicken dinner, getting those final few finishes. A much awaited, a long awaited that the Nepali fans wanted to see out of their favorite roster. But there you go, Kunyo TRZ's Degree. This lad, he is here to take all the glory, all the limelight, and well deserved, I must say, Shadow.
And finally, TRZ, day number 2 has been the day of the most unpredictable, or the day of comeback, I'll say, because all the teams who were suffering in the final stages of the week number 3 or yesterday, they have started doing a comeback. TRZ, this was a very good performance from their side. Degree with 6 elimination, like you pointed, the way he was able to defend his compound, a very high damage number, 5 knocks, perfect starts coming in. Yes, TRZ, they have stepped up big time. At the same time, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, High Voltage, all the teams, even Raw Official and SITM, they were having a pretty decent run in the previous Miramar. All the teams have finally started stepping up, and the top teams, looks like the bottom teams are giving them the run for their money.
Oh, it certainly is like one of those days in it. But DRS managing to get that top 3 position there will certainly help them reclaim that first spot, considering NB has had not the best of the matches so far. But taking a look at the top players, we did see Degree, but can't really leave AJ far behind. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming being pretty sharp in knowing what to do, and finally getting to see Godless back in the top players kind of makes me feel a little happy and sad at the same time. I mean, the Mongolians really need to understand that somewhere they do need to apply the brakes. I feel like there have been instances where the Mongolian teams are getting really cocky and are going for the pushes, are trying to force a fight, and well, the Nepalis and the Bangladeshis have seemed to figure out a way to understand how to defend against these teams, and this is where they're kind of getting bit back. So right now, taking a look at the match summary, it was pretty much Kunyo TRZ holding on to dear life. They had the circle for majority of the time. They were enjoying it until they were being threatened by a lot of these teams, and the biggest threat did come from IHC, of course, you could see, and still not over the fact. I'm still trying to contemplate on how and why 4MV decided to just barge in on the compounds of IHC over there. I think that was I don't know, I had to go a little heavy on that, but I kind of kept myself from getting cancelled. But yes, the match rankings are in front of us, folks. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming 18 points to the name. Kunyo TRZ getting that important 15. I think considering the fact that they're fighting for the top 12 right now, it's a good number. And IHC, this was much needed from their side, and for DRS as well. These 7 points are going to help them a lot, considering NB hasn't had a good game.
Yes, this time NB Esports, all they have is 2 points to their name. Even the players of Stalwart Esports, they have got only 3 points. I expected better from their side, but so many rotations were coming from the southern side. It was impossible for I8 to survive at that point. Only 4 points to their name. But 4MV, Leo Esports, SITM, again having a bad day, bad game, single point and 0 points to their name. Raw officials also, for them, every single game is so very important, because right now in the overall ranking, they are somewhere on the bottom, and Raw officials need to understand the gravity of the situation, that it's day number 2. If they don't grab those points today, well, their bank balance won't increase.
I mean, yeah, I think it's also, I mean, more than the bank balance, it's the dream of making it to the SSC, right? The SC Championship, the road to SC Championship is what all these teams are looking out for, because if you get there, you get chances to even a bigger bank and get a lot of money, fill your pockets with a lot of cash. But yes, now coming back to how the situation is right now. So the other teams, well, Stalwart Esports, they started off with a bang, took down Leo Esports, and then eventually fizzled out pretty quickly. And just when we were thinking, like, yes, for medical vibes, they're playing a little tactical, and then they go back to their old ways. And you know, they've been quite stubborn, you know, with their approach. They think that that's the way to go. That is the only way to go. The aggression is our only, you know, style where we can win and dominate. And seems like teams are just giving them slaps right at their back. So this is one of those things that, you know, for medical vibes, if they have that realization, could, you know, better the chances in winning the trophy. But taking a look at the damage graph, you can see SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, Kunyo TRZ, IHC, all racking up big numbers, with even high voltage getting into the midst of the action really fast. But their happiness did not last for long, as they could barely get inside the zone.
On the other hand, Seal Esports, they did fairly well as compared to the previous days. Yes, 5 elimination points to their name. On the other side, Raw officials, 4MV. 4MV, yes, maybe it could be the zone. The zone was also closing in, and they decided, IGL gave the call, let's breach into compound. They were relying on their firepower, but they were not prepared of Godless and that DBS and the shotgun that he was having in his hands, because Godless was placed perfectly. As the players of 4MV moved in, he was placed at the perfect position to take down the 2 players, and then 4MV, they didn't have the numbers.
Yes, but now it's time to take a look at how the story is set, the overall rankings, folks, as NB Esports still holding on to that first spot with just barely 3 points of lead, and Stalwart Esports, I mean, well, they're still in contention, still at the 3rd position, and a lot of it has to do to the courtesy to those bonus points that they accrued during those league stages. For medical vibes, still in the 4th, so it's still not, you know, a sunset for them. You know, they still have a lot to work on, and they still can get back into the game. One good chicken dinner and could be Stalwart, or for medical vibes. MABETEX also keeping them into the competition. IHC making a comeback in this one, gaining a few points here and there. But SKYLIGHTZ Gaming have finally started to climb the ladder. This chicken dinner is going to help them a lot, boost their morale by a lot of margin. And this is where, you know, I'm kind of forced into thinking what's going to happen for the remainder of those teams, because Raw Official, Seal Esports, DEADEYES guys, Leo Esports, you know, these are the teams that are out of the safe zone. And Kunyo TRZ, considering they had such a nice game, have finally secured that 12th position. You know, this is the bottom line. You know, this is the last position where you could afford to be, or where you want to be, because if you're 13th, then I'm sorry to say you're going to miss out on the SC Championship. And out of those 20 teams, we have been reduced down to 16. And from here on, we pursue to find our top 12 and also our champions. But we move on to the 3rd game of the evening. That's going to be in Erangel. So it started off with high voltage. We saw them getting the chicken in Miramar, and in Sanhok. It seems like it's a SKYLIGHTZ matchup. It was a Skylight day. And Nepalis have been dominating for so long, and in Erangel, it's going to be really difficult to say who's gonna walk off with victory. Still waiting for the Bangladeshis to win, though.
Yes, TRZ, after that previous gameplay, there are chances of them getting a chicken dinner, because they did get in week number 3. So it's not like they don't have the firepower, they don't have the skills, they've got everything. Perfect rotations come in. They just needed the boost of one single game, and I think the previous Sanhok ought to do that, ought to give them the confidence they need right now. So TRZ, the Bangladeshi teams, it's high time they step up and get that winner chicken dinner in their pockets, because Mongolian teams and Nepali teams already have.
Oh yeah, I mean they certainly do, right? Mongolians and the Nepalis. In fact, the Nepalis have bagged more chickens than the Mongols.
Yeah.
I think that's a fact, because yesterday, apart from those first and the last game, it was a Nepali run throughout, and today the first 2 games have also been secured by Nepalis. So the Nepali teams clearly dominating the SA region for now. And for predictions, I mean, I wanted to check if we have cursed the teams. Yes, we have. Illuminate true. We predicted last time. So this time, production, we are not going to go with any. We don't want to jinx the matches, at least for me. Shadow, if you want to take a prediction, that's your call.
we can ask the producer to pick for us. Let's blame the producer. Let's him be the reason to jinx the teams, not us.
You know what? I'm just gonna let my producer do the predictions for myself. Like, to be honest, I do not want to make it because I do not want to take the blame, because all we have been doing is just cursing them, right? And that's not our intent. We want them to win, but it's happening otherwise. And since there's no consideration for getting all these predictions right, so might as well just skip it, right? And just let them do what they want to, because we want the action to begin. We want to see some Erangel magic going on. We want to see the Mongolians to step in back. We want to see somebody from maybe Stalwart or maybe for Miracle Vibes. I mean, I'm kind of so desperate to see for Miracle Vibes get a chicken dinner. I mean, how hard is it? Because all you've got to do is just hold on to the circle. Do not push like mad dogs there. I mean, what they did against IHC, what were you even thinking? Just trying to charge in, and suddenly you get just wiped out, just like Thanos. And yeah, so that was there, and it kind of hurts to watch for Miracle Vibes in such adverse situations like this. And it's funny how they're still at the top 4. And Doc yesterday did keep them in contention, did manage to get 10 or 11 elims last night, but today we haven't seen anything promising so far from their side. So now moving on, we've got the matches about to begin. So all these players, they've got their game faces on, and let's see who wins this match of Erangel.
Could be any team for now. Like you pointed out, Nepali teams are looking so very confident, and the team that is looking overconfident are the Mongolian teams like 4MV and Stalwart Esports rushing madly. I hope they hold on to their horses, because this time 4MV again go towards the side of military base, and no element tricks in the picture, but looks like the flight path is already calling for a very long journey for 4MV, Stalwart Esports, even for the side of TRZ, because TRZ, they like dropping in towards Primos. They need to resort to those vehicles, and for Leo Esports, I just want to say only one thing. Every single death puts you at a disadvantage. They need to keep up their numbers. Yes, they take the Gutka split, but they need to regroup as soon as possible. Otherwise, like the previous day, a previous game, they might lose on to their numbers very soon.
This is one of those games where, right, you would not want to be Stalwart or for Miracle Vibes. You would want to secure those vehicles. You would want to get down to your drop location, with optimum safety. But we know, we've seen the past, and it doesn't really work out that way, does it? So at this point, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they have opted to head on north a little towards maybe Kamishki or Stalbur, but you could see the players of SITM, getting down at Yasnaya, and for Miracle Vibes is dropping along with Leo. And this is quite a default circle, right? This circle we've seen time and again, and has the tendency kind of to end around somewhere around maybe farm or towards the Pachinki Hills. I'm not going to be surprised if it even goes towards Rosok. And there's so many places, and so difficult to predict sometimes that where the circle is actually going to end at.
Definitely, it's going to be pretty hard. It can go anywhere nearby Rozok area, or if Cowball comes in, it can end up towards that little island between the Northern Island and Rozok City. But 4MV, yes, they are heading towards the side of military base, and Leo again in Gatka. MABETEX Esports, they do have a good position. At the same time, SKYLIGHTZ might be looking for control from the northern front. That has been their drop location, Kamishki, since a very long time. But talking about IHC, yesterday IHC did deliver a very good performance in one of the game of Sanhok, I believe, the second Sanhok, yes, where they came on the second position. The previous Sanhok was also in the favor of IHC. It's been such a long time to see IHC dominate in Erangel as they used to in week number 1 and week number 2. So could be the game of IHC as well, or maybe high voltage, because look at the position. They are right towards the centrist position.
Not really around the center, to be honest, but would want to take over that. But this is where I would want to take the sweet time, where we ask the viewers, where do you think the circle's gonna end? Because these are one of those circles kind of quite difficult to predict unless we see that second shift. And who do you think is going to win this game? So it's a big one. It's a very important matchup. We're yet to see that Mongolian domination. I mean, for the Mongolians, we've seen them getting a lot of elims to their name, but eventually, with time passing by, it is one of those Nepali teams that manages to steal a chicken dinner. And I think the best match so far today has been the first game of Miramar. I mean, it was down to the wire, and high voltage, they seemed like they had a plan in their mind. I mean, high voltage, despite them getting taken down pretty early in Sanhok, it was the zone that took their lives away from them. But as a team, during the fights, they've been looking quite solid. So right now, taking a look at the map, to be honest, at how things are, dispositioned, we've got nobody around Pochinki, at least for the while. Hoping that somebody takes over that place. But with Pochinki, what's always been troublesome is getting away from it. You need to have ample vehicles, and you need to take quick control over the Pochinki hills. Because if you fail in doing so, then you might land in a little bit of trouble. So high voltage, I think they're in real prime position. And let's hope that they have a good game in this one. Would love to see them stage a comeback.
Oh, would certainly love to see that from their side, because high voltage, after week number 1, there was a major downfall. But NP Esports, they're already inching towards the center of the circle, and they're already on the top spot in the overall ranking. So NP Esports are also looking pretty decent in this game in terms of the position. Stalwart Esports, for them, could be a late rotation that usually comes in from their side. Nothing to worry about. They drop in towards Novorupnoy. They have the best resources, best weaponry in their hands every single time. They have the vehicles as well. So nothing to worry about for the plus of Stalwarts right now in terms of position. But in the overall standings, they need to worry. If they don't stage a comeback right now, yes, the bonus points are helping their case to stay in the top 5. But that won't happen for a very long time, because the way Stalwart Esports are facing a downfall in terms of the elimination placement points, which they are not able to get, I think sooner or later they will be thrown out of top 5 and maybe out of top 10.
At least for Stalwart, all I want to say is we want to see them making a comeback, right? And by the virtue of their bonus points, they've been there. Otherwise, the other teams have literally toppled them over. And it's the same underlying problem, match after match after match. Just sometimes getting too overambitious, getting into fights. Yes, they get that squad fight, but the next moment they start losing out on numbers. And the kind of a dominance we used to see, action asserting over the server, that's kind of a little missing. The only consistent player so far from Stalwart I felt is Top. Right from where they were 2 years before, I think Top has maintained that level of consistency, which I kind of really appreciate, because there have been so many players who've seen that they perform. I mean, look at Action. There was a time when you see Action right in front of you, and the players started to tremble. Oh, it's Action! Shoot! Let's just get away from here. And now, to where it's like, hey, it's Action, let's deal with him. We know, he's gonna find himself in positions where he kind of exposes himself a lot, and it's a little impatientness that we've seen from his side, which has sort of been the Achilles heels for the team, and always finding himself in such positions, and that has sort of been what has been hindering Stalwart Esports from glory. But so far, it's been a silent affair. Every team just trying to get their loot done. Stalwart already moving out, but T2K kind of ruined the silence and want to get into action, which we absolutely love. Have figured out, have sniffed out the danger. It's Akaza, and Rig just charges in, and Akaza still manages to find a knock, but Suyog needs to find a trade, because Mondo has also chimed in inside the fight, and he's gonna instantly thwart off a grenade as Sek. The players do come in numbers as Rig, he wants to get that revive, and Jane, he's been spotted out, the grenade being flung over, and Mondo succeeds in getting that as Jane falls down on his knees. Rig gets back to life, but will eventually fall down again as Suyog on a sliver of HP. How long is he gonna survive, as Sek also wanting to go hunting him down, and there you go, T2K just washed off as NB Esports do lose out on Akaza, but will successfully manage to save out on Fistboy, it seems like.
And even the players of MABETEX Esports did a perfect third party by getting the confirmation points and knocking down the players of T2K. But right now they are also coming under heavy fire as they lose one player from the side of DEADEYES. Guys, third party after fourth party is happening. What is happening? MABETEX Esports, Leo, you need to make a quick escape from the situation because TrueLoveStar is having a perfect line of sight onto Leo. At the same time, NB Esports, they are also aware of their position. Yes, the smokes will give away his position. At the same time, provide the necessary soft cover. But looks like TrueLoveStar decides to regroup with his teammates. A good decision because all this commotion was happening outside the safety net of the circle. It's better to defend your compound, hold on to your compound inside the circle, rather than moving outside. But Leo Esports, well, this time they are towards the side of ruins. But look at the split. This is the problem I have with the players of Leo Esports because the split is never working for them. This time again, they are in a 2v2 split. From one side, the players of High Voltage and NB Esports might charge in. From the northern side, the players of HIGHVOLTAGE might charge in towards High Dami. They need to regroup as soon as possible.
Oh, they certainly. And look at look at all these teams just swarming in from the southern side for medical vibes. Then you've got Kunyo TRZ, even the players of Raw present over there, and we could see some bloodshed. And the center is kind of getting filled up. A lot of teams, you could see that flash, that splash of colors. MABETEX and SITM, they kind of want to enter in from the edges. Now, Stalwart, this is a really nice rotation that they've executed. Illuminate wanting to take over the center areas, and it's just those spots, around the school areas, right? Leo find themselves at the center of the zone, but have a really big split. And I kind of do not like it, considering how the situations are, considering how you're going to be threatened from every possible direction. It's going to be interesting to see how can Leo really hold themselves off there.
The chances are very slim. The odds are not in their favor, but I really hope it works for them because Leo Esports, they desperately need those points if they want to qualify for the SA Championship. At the same time, NB Esports, they're looking pretty comfortable. They do have a good compound to their name. And let's hope if they're able to defend it or not, because from one side, the players of DRS might want to challenge the players of NB Esports with the next circle shift coming in. But right now, the team that is coming from the northern side are the players of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. But MABETEX, well, they did lose on to Kese, but in doing so, they got 3 defeat points onto the players of T2K and 1 defeat point onto the player of IHC over there. Good start for the MABETEX. They were having a very good run yesterday as well. They did miss out on the chicken dinner in the last Erangel. Maybe looking for this time, but Desert is coming under heavy fire from the side of Leo. But MABETEX, you have to prioritize the circle. The blue is closing in. The vehicles are ready, and looks like MABETEX are going to leave Desert on his own and prioritize the circle. A mature decision coming from their side.
Yeah, I mean, Desert is one of those players who kind of poses that ability to hurt you, especially he is with the kind of a form that he is in right now. And Sky, he's taken over the churches, and the church area is really nice, at least for Eliminate to hold on till you find where the circle is going to shift next, right? You get a little bit of an elevation. You've got Woofiz and Nova, and I've been really enjoying this player, Woofiz. I think he's relatively new to the roster and has been delivering for Illuminate. But so far, things haven't been looking great for Illuminate. They need to get themselves back. They have a potential chance of contending for the first spot, but for that, they need to get a few chicken dinners more. And now, this is, well, looking at this shift, NB Esports find themselves in a real prime position, but the only problem is that they do not have enough numbers. Now, this is another one of those games where DRS, if they kind of can defend with all their lives, this could be their game. DEADEYES guys also around the Rozok Hills. They look to be in a good position. SITM and Stalwart in real close proximity to each other around the Potato Hills could fight it out amongst each other. But seems like SITM has no business to do over there. They just want to scoot away from there, scurry away from danger. But will Stalwart let that happen? That's the big question.
Stalwart Esports, in terms of firepower, yes, they are very skilled. They have the ability to take down even the strongest team. But yes, time and time again, in these kind of circles, we have seen Stalwart Esports, SITM. Earlier, it was Abrupslayers also that used to contest for that Potato Hill area. And right now, Stalwart Esports need to realize at the same time, SITM, that even if you manage to get the control of Potato Hill, the next circle shift will come in and the area won't be inside the circle. So it's better to hold on to your horses, not over aggress, because SITM and Stalwart, they both need points. Yes, they are qualifying for the SHC championship considering their position right now in the overall ranking, but looks like Action is looking for some action as he pep a few bullets to lure the players of SITM Esports out of their covers. But the way they are spread out in a 2v2 split, they can't make a direct rush towards SITM.
But I think they've kind of cut off their flanking intent for SITM. At least they cannot just go on through with the left side, right? Because the moment they try to do that, you've got NERZ and Tops just waiting for them. And Action again, being the front liner for his team, he's trying to find out an angle. But SITM decide to take the peaceful way out. They're going through the right. And that's quite risky considering how open that area is, right? You've got to take over the hills, and especially with DRS keeping watch, and even NB having taken over those compounds, it's going to be quite difficult for SITM to find a sweet spot for them inside the server right now. As Action, again, he's given his position away. Desert knows that, and again, Action, no way. Him being so careless, and every single time, this is the golden chance for SITM to try and push him down and punish them. And that you can see, Jiro, he's trying to reposition himself. QB trying to advance at his direction, and well, Stalwart have no other option rather than letting Action just die there in his misery. Still trying to save him, trying to protect him as the smokes are being flung over as the backup arrives for Stalwart. Now they want to take fight in their own territory, but Jiro's this flank has been maybe spotted down. NERZ knows exactly what's happening. So much happening just to try and protect Action, as Icy and Desert might just exchange blows any given moment at this time, as QB lobbing that nade over, and Tops, he's on the lower ground. Jiro's got that little bit of an advantage. He's got that little bit of a room to play around that smoke as those nades keep on coming, as Stalwart somehow have managed against all odds to get Action back on his feet, and they will have to make it count, Shadow. As you can see, Dobu, he's on a flank, and Stop needs to stop that.
Tops need to be very careful because Dobu is inching closer and closer to him. Yes, Icy is there to provide the necessary cover fire if Enoch comes in, but Tops survived on a sliver of HP, and Dobu, he's been taken out of the equation. Now SITM, they have to prioritize the rotation. They have to move inside the circle, but looks like MABETEX came in, and Valley with that Info-16 got a confirmation onto Tops over there. The damage has been done on both sides. SITM and Stalwart, they both lost onto one of their crucial player, and Desert, he's in a very tricky spot as Icy with the buggy spots him out. Instant knock comes in, easy confirmation also. Now SITM, they are left with only 2 players. Now Stalwart, they have to prioritize the circle. They have to move inside the circle where the players of MABETEX might be wanting to gatekeep them because they were doing the perfect third party. But somewhere else on the map, we have Leo Esports also locking horns with the players of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, where SKYLIGHTZ, one player already down, and from the backlines, looks like Stalwart are also in a good position to do a third party if they spot the players of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, which they haven't done so yet.
I mean, to be honest, look at what one player being out of position could do. That was a fight that Stalwart never wanted to take in that situation. No matter, they managed to deal with Desert, they managed to take 2 players down, but in result have lost out on top, and that's certainly not acceptable, as you could see IHC and Fumerical Vibes going head to head against each other, and IHC seem to have managed to get out on the better half of things, right? Godless still dishing out death and destruction. And again, Fumerical Vibes just getting pinned down and suppressed, and will eventually take their exit from the server. So, Fumerical Vibes, we kind of missing the Fumerical Vibes that we got to see in the league stages, because, they're kind of moving around like headless chickens, right? And taking all sort of fights that they want to engage in. And the problem is that all these teams are so well prepared for them. And they kind of seem helpless how to deal against all these situations. And now Stalwart, oh god, how on earth could things go bad? And look at the irony. The one player that initiated all of this is now the only player surviving for Stalwart.
Yes, Action has to go for the crucial revival, but SITM, they are placed perfectly. Jiro was the one to take down IC over there. Yes, the soft cover is there, so revival should come in. But at the same time, SKYLIGHTZ, they are also inching closer. They're also in the nearby vicinity, but IHC demo finds a knock on to Raw. And this is not the first time fixes that IHC has eliminated 4MV. In the previous one also in Sanhok, it was IHC that annihilated the entire squad of 4MV. This time again 4MV, they were trying to move in from the northwestern side. A very long rotation they opted for. And IHC, they were placed perfectly on the periphery of the circle to gatekeep them. And 4MV, well, they were not prepared for it.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's not really looking good for the Mongolians. Really not taking the fights in their own terms. Always forcing one and having to deal with the brunt of it. NB Esports, they've been the smarter of the bunch. You know, they've been doing all things right. And Mondo, he's gotten back to his old form, but SKYLIGHTZ Gaming showing similar intent of what they did against DRS in the game of Sanhok, just laying that smoky path. And now this is to perfection. Look at the amount of smokes that they have spent over here, building two paths over there. So kind of keeping NB Esports always into thinking from which path they're gonna eventually just charge in, and they have to get inside the circle. It's a fight for that, but SKYLIGHTZ Gaming going for a different approach altogether. They've got those buggies kind of trying to hover around from the right, so Mondo really needs to watch out for that, where Nima and No Fear, oh god, Nima, the moment he stepped out of that smoke, he gets picked off, and Mafia Ninja, he's got to think of a different way of trying to keep him alive. That's not going to happen, as Mondo successfully has dealt with one and knows exactly where Mafia Ninja is. Of course, the Molotov has been laid down, but will not matter, as Mondo's grenade was cooked enough. Right to perfection, cooked rare, and there you have it. Another player of SKYLIGHTZ goes falling down, as Sek will have no trouble dealing with HA, as SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, just like that, are reduced to just a single man.
NB Esports, this is a time they are raining death and destruction. They have started getting those elimination points, and in SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, yes, the smoke cover was there to make a rush onto the players of NB Esports, but we know there are only few places where players can hide, and the perfect grenade projectile can come in. That is exactly what Mondo did at that point. Now No Fear is the only man standing. I don't think he can survive for very long, and maybe he can if he manage to scuttle back to the safety and move away from the situation. But looks like Claw was in a very tricky spot, and Dami with the grenade is going to deal with him. And Raw officials, this day is so crucial for the players of Raw officials. Again, they bid bye-bye on the 10th spot with just a single elimination. But good thing is, Leo Esports, they got one defeat point for themselves, and they have the center, not exactly the center control, but a good compound to hold on to in the circle.
You know, I really feel this could be either IHC's game or High Voltage's game, with the way they're positioned, with the kind of the map control that they have. IHC, I think, would be my favorites on trying to win this one. But Leo, well, they could surprise everybody. As No Fear, you could just see just lying in the edges of the blue zone. And NB Esports, they've managed to get 5 defeats, but whatever from here onwards they get is going to be bonus for them. They've done enough with especially the numbers they had, just surviving by 2 players, and defended a full 3-man push from SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, as Smokey V3 takes down the final player of Kunyo TRZ, also is deleting them from the server as Zior. And look at IHC. Now, this is why I was telling, IHC is in a prime position to win this game, because they've got those perfect ridges to play around. They've got an ample cover for each of the other players. So until and unless High Voltage, makes a play out of the books, there just comes something that boggles us. Till then, I think it's going to be safe to say that IHC can see this through. But Sandesh, this is what kind of scares me. This is what kind of bothers me. How long can this man survive? As DRS, they've kind of opted for the rather slower approach, but that's something that we've seen DRS do time and again. But hey, this kind of a strategy works, because DRS, they've been amassing the majority of the position points. Talk about consistency. DRS might not be getting the most of the chicken dinners, but still they make sure that they survive till the very end, which kind of eventually helps them a lot in their endeavors.
And they are surviving up until now. They are trying to challenge the players of high voltage. It's a fight of grenades where high voltage, they are also trying to find the perfect projectile, but no connection whatsoever. Both these teams are wasting away their resources in trying to find an opening, but looks like DRS, they have made the decision rather than challenging high voltage, move inside the circle from a different route. And yes, one of the player is already on the periphery. He can be that anchor that can bring the remaining players inside the circle. Now I'm worried about high voltage, how they are going to transition themselves inside, because one side it's IHC, the other side it's DRS, and right in front of them are the players of NB Esports. Even NB Esports are not looking so very good. On one side IHC, they can do so much damage, but looks like high voltage, they are looking to challenge the players of IHC.
Yeah, I mean, the idea is to divide and conquer, right? They know the players of IHC are kind of isolated as the grenade gets flung over by Malik. Certainly misses its mark as y'all, and Alex still breathing, still surviving, but can't say the same as the barrage of grenades just keep pouring in, with Godless joining the fray along with Demo. So it's kind of going to be an attack from two different sides, and high voltage have to survive it nonetheless. As Prabeen, he's kind of taken a little bit of that back foot. Assassin still leading the charge, stays ahead of the pack, has got that smokes to cover him up, as Malik also manages to administer that first aid. As he's anticipating somebody from high voltage is going to be threatening, is going to be pushing over, as alright, he did not watch his back and eventually loses out, gets knocked down, and this is where Alex is now under tremendous pressure. Just when we were thinking that IHC got this pack, and then there comes that the variable in the equation in the form of Illuminate. Look at them from the backlines, and still IHC have done nothing to deal with this problem, as they just charge in, they get that cover fire from their teammates, and somehow Alex was able to hold on, but not for long, as he finally gets taken down as Assassin. He is going to be trying to get inside the circle, find a different spot for themselves, as somehow against all odds high voltage have managed to survive.
Divide and conquer always works, like you said, and IHC, the split didn't work in their favor. Now Godless is surviving all by himself. He's raining those molotovs in the direction of high voltage, but no connection whatsoever. Yes, Jiggle is down on his knees, but easy confirmation will be coming in. The problem is how Godless is going to survive, because the circle is not in his favor. Sooner or later, he has to transition himself inside the circle, but on the other side of the map, DRS, they are locking horns with the players of NB Esports, where one player has been taken out by a perfect grenade, and Godless, being one with the nature, he's little worried because there is nowhere he can go. All he can hope is the players of high voltage move a bit away from him so that he can start his rotation inside the circle, and DRS might be looking to challenge the players of Leo Esports in that compound, but Sus has been taken down by no fear.
Oh yeah, I mean, look at what one circle change and shift could do, right? IHC was so tunnel vision on the players of high voltage that they kind of forgot about the threat from the backs, and they might be kicking themselves in the feet, because from being the prime contenders, from winning this game, now they have to just survive to just maybe edge out on a few points over here, as high voltage and DRS going to go for a standoff over here, as the nades are being flung over. And there you go, Gyante taking quite a heavy amount of damage, still trying to get a few knocks. Did manage to get a knock from a grenade though, but Jiggle, kind of unaware of Delta hiding in the bushes, will have to deal with his wrath, and eventually is down on his knees. Does not have any smokes to get that revive onto its killer, so Delta has got to work things out on his own, as Assassin was way out in the open, but Gyante, well, he'll just blow. In fact, it was Dante. In fact, Delta just blows his vehicle open, as Delta now getting shot from elsewhere, from two different directions, but eventually would somehow manage to make it into the top 3 and says his goodbye. But now it has come down to the final 2 teams, with I8 having prime control over the map, and Leo Esports, I do not know how they're going to get inside the zone, but I think they've done a decent job, considering they've secured, at least at the bare minimum, the 2nd position.
Well, looks like for Leo, number 3 is their lucky number, because yesterday also in the 3rd game, they came on the 2nd position, the only good game in their pockets, and this time also, they are in the top 2. This time it is I8. Yesterday it was DRS. This time Leo Esports are looking to take the chicken dinner, which they missed yesterday. Sky is a bit away from his teammates, and Mr. Smokey has a vague idea where Sky could be hiding. He's ready with his info 16. The minute Sky gives a little bit of the glimpse, Leo people are ready. But I8, Nova, X, Woofies, and Viper, they are in the circle. They have the circle, and that is a very big advantage which they have. Mr. Smokey tried with that vehicle, takes hefty damage, surviving on a sliver of HP, but finally he has managed to move on the periphery of the circle.
Oh yeah, and Sky really needs to patch himself up quickly, and that's the way to go, right? Mr. Smokey had to take that lower route because they knew they could sense that danger that there could be somebody on the flanks. As now, you know what Illuminate would be trying to do next is just try to blow up their vehicle so that somebody could get splashed and be taken down. As Sussex, finally he gets fallen down on his knees, but well, I mean, for Leo, they've managed to find a trade in Viper. So it has come down to these two players, Nova and Woofis, as they need to somehow get Viper back on his feet, as this is enough time, at least for both these teams, to kind of get their fallen comrades back alive, as Mr. Smokey and Haidami decide to go in for that push, pushing in through that smoke. Nova and Woofis, they're both so well prepared over here. It's all about finding the next knock. Whoever does that gets a huge advantage. And there you go, you know, confirming all the kills over there, as Haidami and Mr. Smokey kind of hiding behind the rock. And similarly, we can see Nova and Woof is doing the same as well. As a little bit of a silence takes over. And there you go. This is exactly the opening that Mr. Smokey needed, as Leo go on charging in to do the unthinkable. Go on to get that chicken dinner. It is Nova against the world as those grenades keep pouring in. How is he going to survive? And he is not, as his head is splattered open, as Leo Esports, finally after struggling so much, have managed to secure a very crucial chicken dinner.
And when the circle was not in their favor, they took the control of the circle from the hands of I8 and highlighted the players of I8. They knew about the position of Sky, dealt with him, and later on dealt with the remaining players of I8. They had a very good compound. They regrouped at the perfect time. They had all the aces in their hands, and they finally delivered it. Yesterday they missed it, and finally today, on day number 2, they get the chicken dinner, and with that 12 elimination in the overall rank, finally they are in a safe spot. That is a 12th spot out of the danger area.
Yeah, at least for now. At least for now. But still, they know there's got a lot of work to do, but work in the right direction.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Go, go, go!
What a game it was, to be honest. Still can't contemplate what just happened, right? Still trying to process it all in my head. It was a wholesome game of Erangel. I think everybody seemed to have enjoyed it because what Leo Esports has done over here, especially when we all kind of disregarded them or discarded them, that nah, this is not going to be their game. It should be an easy one for Illuminate. And suddenly you could see those mistakes being made, and Leo Esports very sharp, not even finding a single room of error. As a result, they've managed to secure the chicken dinner. Mr. Smokey V3 will be, the one being the face for the headlines for Leo Esports as he backs the MVP. So 5 eliminations to his name, 1280 points of damage, and from the very beginning we saw Leo Esports staying at the center of the circle, respecting it to the point where I8 seemed to have taken control, and what they did was nothing short of a miracle, and it takes a lot of determination, a lot of grit, and they've done that.
And they did it perfectly. Mr. Smokey, it's not just the first time that he's the MVP. We did see Mr. Smokey take down High Voltage and so many of the teams in week number 1. So Leo Esports, I hope the graph goes linear after this game. The consistency comes in. And Mondo, this guy never fails to impress me. Finally, he's back in the action in top players with 5 elimination of his own DRS. They were trying to challenge the players of High Voltage first. Then they realized it's not possible. The circle is going to close in. Then they went ahead and tried to take a fight with the players of Leo Esports, but they were taken out pretty early. But this time, Leo Esports, with this 22 points, they are out of the danger area, and now they are in top 12.
Yeah, but they're just hanging by the thread, right? Yeah. Any single moment, somebody from the bottom half gets a chicken, and they kind of topple them over. So Leo Esports needs to have a little bit of more consistency in the game. I mean, they've did the work in the right direction. And finally, we could see them. Finally, we could see some promising performance from their side. So, taking a look at the bottom half of the table for Miracle Vibes, again, I still cannot process what they're trying to do, what they're trying to achieve. Every single time they go in for a push, they get shunned down instantly. Kunyo TRZ wasn't their game either. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, quick early elimination from their side as well. And all these teams haven't seen really much out of them, especially after how SKYLIGHTZ Gaming managed to get that chicken in Sanhok. I thought we would see something else this time around, but was not the case, as DRS Gaming, back-to-back consistent performances, now have again taken over that top spot against NV Esports, despite their heroics, especially how Mondo and Sek sort of survived till the very end, but wasn't enough, got finished off. And Stalwart Esports, they really need to buckle up, as MABETEX is closing in the distance. IHC is also doing that. And the way they had started with their advantage, they seem to be falling down really quickly.
And the teams that are also falling down on the bottom are Raw Officials. This time again, they had a very bad game. Total 43 points in their favor. Raw Officials, I don't know how they will qualify for the SA Championship with this kind of a performance, because they desperately need a chicken dinner. Not just a chicken dinner, they need multiple good games in their favor if they want to qualify. But talking about the schedule, we are done with Erangel. Now it's time for Miramar.
Yeah, it is time for Miramar, and it is time for from what we've seen so far, right? It's been all these teams who were kind of hovering around the bottom, sort of getting the chicken dinner. It's a day of comeback, and I think we're pleased to see the comebacks from all the teams that we were expecting to perform well. So finally, the bottom teams have done so well. I'm just on the lookout for who else is gonna get a chicken dinner. I mean, with Leo Esports winning this one, maybe we could see one more coming from Raw Officials if they kind of hold on to their lives. Might be a little ambitious for fixes, but yeah, I think this time for prediction, I want to see Raw winning this one and make things a little bit spicy, at least for that top 12 battle that we have brewing for us. So for me, I want to go with Raw, and well, for Bhavna, what about you?
I think I'll go with IHC, because yesterday also in the 4th game they did deliver a very good performance. They came on the 2nd spot, and the way IHC are having a very consistent run today, every time they are able to take down the players of 4MV, not letting 4MV topple them over in the overall ranking. So I think IHC are also looking for a chicken dinner.
Well, I mean, yeah, IHC have gotten really close. There have been situations, and even this one was one of the games where IHC should have won had that had the third party not occurred from IH's side, right? IHC was so focused on high voltage trying to, just fend them off that they forgot that they are exposed to their backlines, and that is all IH needed, right? The one knock comes in, and then high voltage just keep charging down, and well, IH just kind of fall off. In fact, IHC kind of fall off, and it was Godless who was the last player to survive and could not do for long because his position was also compromised. And as a result of which, IHC, a game where I thought they might have, they should have gone on to win it. They could not, unfortunately. And DRS, this is their thing, right? This is their mojo. Always, striving to get those position points, always being in that top 3, top 4, and have finally, made sure that I have kind of said it out loud that consistency is the key, folks. It does not matter how many eliminations you get. If you are consistent, you ought to get a lot of elims to your name. And with that being said, we head on to the second Miramar of the evening. The first time onwards, we did see the Nepalese rule, but can a Mongolian or maybe a Bangladeshi team get a chicken dinner in this one? I think we're gonna find that out really good.
And looks like few of the teams like SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, I don't want to be in their shoes because they head over towards the side of La Cobra area, and in a map like Miramar where you have to resort to those vehicles for the rotation, oh, that's a nightmare. I would be so scared to do so, but looks like 4MV, again the flight path is favoring them. All the luck is favoring the players of 4MV. It's just that they need to control the aggression. On the other side, we have the players like Stalwart Esports. Stalwart Esports, the luck is not in their favor. Every single time in the previous game as well, the minute they moved inside the circle went away from Stalwart Esports. So I hope this time a bit of the luck, if it favors the side of Stalwart, if the circle favors Stalwart, maybe this can be the game to play. This can be their chicken dinner. But TRZ, easy rotations for them, easy drop for them. Puerto Pirasio has been their home ground since a very long time, but this time looks like they are heading towards Impala. Nothing to worry about. They are the only one over there. Raw officials again heading towards the southern side, and again we have a same circle where Chumasera is somewhere in the center position where the players of 4MV are going to be. This can be the game where 4MV can get a chicken dinner, because last time we were hoping that this is the game for the players of 4MV, but they didn't get it in their pockets. Rather, it was high voltage. High voltage might be looking to do the same again. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they missed on the previous Miramar. They did showcase a perfect rotation with 11 finishes in their hands. Could be again the same momentum for the players of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, because hey, it's true, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming also do need those points, because yes, they are not in the danger area, but if the inconsistency come in, maybe they can be thrown out of the safe area and they can be thrown out of the top 12. But high voltage, again, in the city of Picado, all those Picado hills offer such a good line of sight, good information. That is where the players of high voltage capitalized in the previous one, and exactly same circle like the previous Miramar.
Yeah, and again the same expectation sort of build up. Can 4Miracle Vibes do it this time at least? Can they somehow manage to figure out how to put a leash on their aggression and go on to get a chicken dinner at the very least? Because how the performance has been so far, especially today, it's I think it's miserable to their own standards, right? Because for what they had achieved in the league stages, absolutely just dominating over every single team. But when it comes down to the bigger stages, when it comes down to the grandest stage where you're in the grand finals, that's where they have kind of flustered things up, and they need to muster all that strength, gather it, and try to be a little bit more tactical, to be honest, right? Just have that little bit of a passive approach. You've got the zone, just defend it, take over the Chumasera hills, and just wait for all the teams to come in, because they've been trying to do the same old thing, just blindly going in, trying to push in. And we have clearly seen it's not been working out, right? And even for Stalwart, I think what Action did that time was just put the entire team at risk, because everybody else apart from him was in a very safe position. But Action sort of got over eager. He wanted to get a pick, and in turn sort of expose themselves. The moment he got a knock, we could see the players just charging it at his direction. It was SITM. And then Stalwart had to commit everything trying to keep him alive. And just when they did that, just when they were thinking that yes, they got the better out of that situation, they get third party. And that's ought to happen if you take a fight in a position which you can't really control, right? So Action surely would be under tremendous pressure, has to take the blame, has to take the fall for it. But Stalwart as a team, they've done it in the past. They can even do it now. Now, still, it's not a long lost thing that we can say that they're not going to win the tournament. We still have a few more matches to go. And it's just that one big game that they need to come right back in to the top spot.
Yes, I agree. That time, Stalwart Esports, there was no need to engage in a fight with the plus of SITM Esports because the circle was bound to go away from them. Instead, rather, they should have had patience, waited for the circle shift, and then move inside the circle and mind their own business. And later, in the final few circles, when they have a good position, they can engage in a fight. But talking about NB Esports, well, they have been having a very good run. In the previous Miramar also, they came so very close to getting the chicken dinner, but looks like the first knock has already been drawn onto LX over there. I think he was somewhere out in the open. I hope his teammates are nearby so that they can go for the necessary crucial revival at this stage, because I see they have been having a fantastic day. And certainly they don't want to start things off by losing on to one of their players so early in the game.
Oh
But
my god.
Akaze.
This was kind of not expected. Akaze getting out in the open and suddenly he gets picked off. And this is where, they're kind of thriving on the momentum that Leo Esports have developed, right? You find yourself in an off-card situation, they're bound to punish you for that.
Well, he was certainly punished, but Leo Esports, after the previous gameplay, the confidence is definitely there, and that is why they're already aggressing towards the side of NB Esports and Mr. Smokey, along with his teammates. But look like NB, they had in no mood to pick up fight this early in the game. The vehicles are ready, and they are already making the rotations. So Leo Esports are going to be a bit upset because they wanted fight, but there is no fight. NB Esports are the mature one, not engaging in a fight in the stage 1 circle, rather focus on the position, have the best spot. At the same time, this time Stalwart Esports, they're on the periphery of the circle. Few northern rotations are coming in, nothing looking chaotic for now. IHC, yes, they made the crucial revival onto the fallen teammate. The split that is coming in right now, they have the control of Ladrilla, where Zoil is having a height advantage, Demo all by himself. But yes, they are prioritizing the loot right now, but they also need to regroup as soon as possible before stage 2 circle comes in.
Yeah, I think, for a moment I thought maybe IHC would just go on barging on the doors of Leo and want to take out NB right from the early start. So this is going to be a huge denture for NB because, you cannot afford to lose out on your men so early on into the game, especially when DRS has taken the lead and you're on the warpath to kind of get yourself back onto that top spot, right? NB Esports have been so phenomenal throughout the grand finals, and it kind of hurts to see them, see one of their players to get taken down so early on. So one other thing that we could spot out in the map feed is that DRS, they're pretty quick on the rotations, as MABETEX this time wanted to knock on the doors of NB, and well, they've been dealt with. One of their players, Wally, has fallen down.
NB Esports, they escaped from the hands of Leo Esports, walked right in the territory of MABETEX Esports, and MABETEX, they were already making those rotation from the northern side, which NB should be expecting, because this is the time when MABETEX Esports along with SKYLIGHTZ Gaming start making those rotations. But yes, one knock, one confirmation already there. MABETEX Esports now down to 3 players, and SKYLIGHTZ Gaming also in the close proximity. So MABETEX, they really need to cut their corners and move inside the safety net of the circle with all the 3 players alive, because it's true, MABETEX and SKYLIGHTZ, these are the 2 teams that have a very strong control onto Miramar, so they ought to perform really good in Miramar. On the other side, we have a circle shift heavily towards the northern side, with the players of TRZ are also looking so very promising, and T2K as well. T2K, yesterday they did get a chicken dinner in the map of Miramar.
Yeah, I mean, T2K, that was a real close fight against DRS, and fight till death, and they prevailed. But what I really liked about DRS, to be honest, is how quickly they've rotated. And this time they did not take that eastern route, right? Last time they did. So SITM was there to just pick them up down early, right? So DRS, this could be one of those games where they might be, wanting that chicken. As you could see, the circle going a little bit down south. And T2K, like you said, they kind of find themselves at the central spot of all the action, of all the ruckus, as for medical vibes. They take on the vehicles, and this is where I kind of start getting scared. These guys, well, they are the mercenaries, right, of the lobby. Once they sit inside the vehicles, it feels like, they are the assassins just galloping with their horses and out for blood. And most of the times, it's either them or it's somebody else. But there is going to be violence. We for sure know that. And now SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. I think SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, considering how yesterday has been, today has been a tremendous improvement in their performance. They've been playing really well. They've been taking their fights very well coordinated and have been looking good. I think we can give that to SKYLIGHTZ Gaming at the very least. And MABETEX and SKYLIGHTZ Gaming in real close proximity to each other might have a face-off, but I think considering how the zone is way far away from them, so they might take a chance in trying to get inside the circle first. But we could see so much of that cluster being built up from that southern side. Every team is trying to go in from the southern side, and we see some fire shots there. It is IHC have managed to take a few player down of Leo Esports.
Well, certainly, Leo Esports, this is not something new that we are hearing. One of the player taken down pretty early in the game. But this time, they need to go for the revival as soon as possible. But like you said, how busy the northern area is, all the teams are trying to make those rotations. That is where exactly the players of Stalwart Esports are also kind of stuck. Yes, the split and the segregation is coming from the side. They're keeping all the angles checked, grabbing those information onto the rotations coming from the opponent team. At the same time, MABETEX Esports looks like they have made it inside the safety of the circle. But still, Stalwart previous game as well. The minute they were inside the circle used to shift away from them. On the other side, 4MV, they are being lucky in terms of the circle shifts, in terms of the first circle, the plane path, everything is working in the favor of 4MV. They just need to control the aggression. Right now, the team that is in the close proximity to them are the players of high voltage, and looks like this circle shift is going to benefit heavily the players of I8 and SITM Esports.
Yeah, I mean, I could certainly benefit from that, but I really like T2K's positioning as well. And at the same time, NB got a rotation they pulled off, right? Right from, I think they were kind of around Monte Nuevo, went all the way little towards that northwest, and take that southern route, and are hoping to enter in from maybe the southern side or maybe from the southeastern side. I think that is going to be their go-to approach as Stalwart. Now they come in to breach through the defenses of MABETEX, and MABETEX I think have lost out on one of their players, so we'll be playing on a man disadvantage over here as Action just kind of trying to make sure he's just cleaning every compound up. This time NERZ, however, he's the one leading the charge with Kessie prone down as Leo, he decides to pick up a grenade as NERZ shows no delay and hastily just tries to push in, trying to apply so much pressure onto its MABETEX as Kessie inside the compound. His position has been compromised. Leo on the first floor. It's going to be so difficult for MABETEX to try and keep themselves alive over here, as once the the flame goes down, this is where they go in for the push. But NERZ was quite unlucky as Leo's grenade hits just not one, but in fact two of the players. As Kessie, he's got to capitalize on the situation, has got to push in, but somehow he is still in contention as in fact Stalwart are still ruling over here as IC has managed to get one off, as Leo, the final player surviving, has managed to get two players down. Can he get more? That's the big question. He is desperately trying to get the res back up as Action back on his feet. He's gonna get those meds administered as Baron. He's bleeding as Leo, the final man standing. He is gonna be pushed at, still trying to defend with all his might, but not enough as Tops puts the final lead and buries him 6 feet under.
Perfect synergy and communication from the side of Stalwart Esports. Yes, Leo, valiant effort from his side. Single grenade, he was able to bring down the numbers of Stalwart Esports. But, well, it's not so easy to deal with the wrath of Stalwart players, the aggression which they bring in. MABETEX Esports, they have been eliminated pretty early in the game. That means now Stalwart, they have the entire northern control in their hands. On the other side, speaking of DRS, they are somewhere on the western periphery of the circle, with a good compound to the name, but on the uphill we have the players of high voltage, and that is a little problematic because in a map like Miramar, if you have a height advantage, 50% of the fight is in your favor. But the next circle shift is going to decide whether high voltage and DRS are going to lock horns with each other or not. For now, all the teams are looking pretty happy and decent in terms of the position which they are holding. So let's find out where the next circle is going to be, because if it goes towards east, I think DEADEYES guys are going to be very happy.
I mean, that's what they're banking, right? But Stalwart somehow have narrowly managed to take down MABETEX, and props to Leo. Props to Leo to try and keep them off for a longer time. But IHC closing in, and very close proximity to DRS. The zone goes a little bit towards the east, but out of DEADEYES reach, so they can still get in. But I kind of do not like the ridges that they have to play around. And DRS, I just hope they're aware of IHC's presence, because IHC, they've got to go on a retreat, because Suyog, he's managed to get the pick off on Ziol, and now has also found a knock on Godless as Demo goes falling down. It is going to be Apex. For Miracle Vibes out of nowhere, they've managed to stop IHC, and now T2K, the entire cavalry comes in as DRS also want to be a part of the party, as SKYLIGHTZ Gaming also showing some intent. Now this is going to be an absolute bloodbath, as Suyok so far he's managed to keep himself in contention at bay, as now SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they close in on DRS. Gyante getting picked off over here. Rules trying to keep his squad alive, trying to pick a fight, trying to keep down the players of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, but one just takes a leap over, and SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they're also being traded off left, right and center, as Nima, he's got no business over here, runs away as DRS Gaming, they wanted to hunt but have been hunted over here, as SKYLIGHTZ Gaming also have taken massive losses, with Nima the last player surviving. But hold on, T2K, just on the account they've lost Sandesh, still have managed to get 4 finishes off, and IHC, they've been obliterated.
Suyog, the MVP of this fight, I have to say, the way he was able to bring down the number of DRS through those grenades, not just 1, 2 players from the side of DRS, perfectly played. And T2K, well, yes, they lost on to Sandesh, but 6 defeat points already in their favor. They have the southern control, but the only team that can be an ugly thorn for them could be the players of NB Esports, but looks like NZ on his very sliver of HP out in the open, and so spots him, instantly shuts him down. But IC is there, but before IC do anything, Sus gets a confirmation. Now Stalwart, they are left with only 2 players, but I'm worried about Sus, how he is going to survive all by himself. And the way the players of Stalwart Esports stops with that vehicle is scouting the area, they know exactly where Sus can be.
Oh, IC just scouting through the lands and hoping finds a better position, but for now, Illuminate, they know that somebody's hovering around them, and I think they have a slight idea that could be Stalwart. And at this point, with the way the bodies are falling down, IC is being shot at. Viper trying to fight through him, inject that poison, slow IC down, maybe perish him from the face of the earth as stops. Somehow he also manages to escape, but could have taken some potential damage to his vehicle. IC has found some cover. He's alive, at least for now. I mean, this is a fight that's happening at the northwestern side of the map for Miracle Vibes. Now we can say that, they're kind of maintaining their calm, they're kind of getting those third parties done. And IHC, they did not really see that coming. The way they went in after T2K and the way they just got bursted off from the server, oh, that was just too brutal to watch.
But look at the position of TRZ in the mini-map. They also have a very good spot. This can be the game because they are keeping themselves away from all that commotion that is happening on the periphery, especially the northeastern periphery of the circle. Yes, I8, they do have a very good compound to the name. Stalwart left with only 2 players, not looking so very good, with 4 MV East in the close proximity. But East and Stalwart Esports might go up against each other, but for now it looks like Sky wants to look for some fight over there, where Stalwart Esports, they are trying to keep themselves away from all that commotion. But on the uphill we have the players of SITM Esports, and it is not looking good at all for Stalwart right now. But on the southern side, we have the players of T2K locking horns with raw officials, where the numbers of raw officials have been brought down to 2 men.
Again, Stalwart, the same woes continue. They take down a squad, then they lose out on players, and with just 2 remaining, it's so difficult to find a chicken dinner. And if they do that, that should be something out of the box. But right now, you could see Desert has that little bit of a dip trying to protect him. Few crevices that he can play around through. As one of the player of Seal is down, he's going to get himself rest back up by Becca, who's gone there. But Illuminate, in fact Nova, manages to pick one off on East, and Desert trying to take his chances, just running across, trying to find a body, but in turn gets spotted out, and he needs to find some cover. He needs to get into safe grounds, and will do successfully. Yes, I think it was Soulless that provided that cover fire, as Apex decides to push in on the players of Illuminate. Nova is taking some massive damage, gets spotted out as he decides to just charge in with the vector that he has, but with the Tommy, Apex unable to find a pick, but will just thread the needle and get that pick through those opening under the minivan, as now they've got their eye set on the other players. Viper and Sky right in front of them. Sky has been spotted out. Viper on real low HP, as Refuse is going to barrage him down with all those grenades as they're being poured over. As Sky, he's also not having the best of HP, and there you go, Apex finding that pick, and will also get that final one, will be Refuse. And that being said, Illuminate crew, they've also been eliminated. Finally 4 Miracle Vibes coming and grooving in their beats, as Apex this time, he's the one leading the charge. 5 defeats already for this player.
This should be the game for the players of 4MB. 7 defeat points, all the numbers checked, everything is working in their favor. This should be their gameplay. They won't face any kind of resistance from any team in moving inside the circle. They can have the complete western control, northwestern control under the favor, but looks like Refuse is going to spot Zero, and Zero goes down, but through the hands of Degree, the perfect Kar98 shot comes in, and Zero has been eliminated, but Apex is the one who is going to retaliate and take down Mamba. So looks like 4MV, they are picking fight with the players of SITM and TRZ at the same time, where they are looking good in terms of the frags they are getting. Not the frags, the knocks they are getting. Desert expose himself, little glimpse, but M416 spray won't be enough to take him down right now. But TRZ, I'm worried about them.
We've all worried for them. Kunyo TRZ, they had a really good game, and Degree did all he could in Sanhok. Almost got the chicken dinner, but SKYLIGHTZ Gaming were just present there. And this time, even for SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, it was a fight that is so difficult to process. What just went wrong? Hell broke loose over there. There were like 3-4 teams fighting. Initially we saw it was IHC and T2K, then suddenly for Miracle Vibe decide to third party from behind, and then DRS and SKYLIGHTZ Gaming both wanting a piece of the pie, both wanting a few of those eliminations. One was hungry, but eventually nobody turned out as the winner, and such a huge dent for DRS. I mean, Rules would not be happy with the call out he made over there. Did not really see SKYLIGHTZ Gaming coming in, as IC and Top both on the back foot, and since Top is alive, at least a little bit of a respite for the Stalwart fans, but not for long, as Desert finds him with his pants down, and IC also, as once the vehicle gets blown over, that would be done and dusted, show over, lights out for Stalwart Esports.
Well, certainly. SITM Esports, they went for the perfect flank angle onto Stalwart Esports, where they placed one of the player in the close proximity. But that was a bad decision because QB has been eliminated. But they managed to take one player out of Stalwart Esports. And looks like for IC also, his days are very numbered because Desert from that uphill, the line of sight that he is having, I don't think IC can survive in that situation until and unless some third party happens and someone else take down the plus of SITM Esports. But looks like IC is going to take down Desert as he went a little over aggressive, and now Dobu has his own troubles because looks like he's getting shot from somewhere else. He needs to find a safe cover for himself as soon as possible. There is no chance that he can save his teammates, or maybe a little bit of the smoke wall that he can create can help Desert to survive in the game, but looks like he doesn't have enough smoke in his hands. Or maybe does he? Because Desert is bleeding at a rapid speed.
Yeah, He's gonna try and desperately get there. He has got to force that one out, and yes, he does. I think a little bit of threat coming in from Fomerical vibes, or maybe from either from Fomerical vibes, or could be the players of high voltage maybe. But Assassin is just hiding. So Fomerical vibes, they have got their own troubles to deal with. One of their players has been taken down, and SITM, they're just gonna scurry out from here, out of harm's way. As Icy still somehow has managed to survive. But it's going to be difficult to say for how long, because the moment Desert just takes a quick gander from over the hills, he will find him out right in the open, and would be unable to do anything about that. I think that shot came in towards the players of SITM from maybe Raw, because they are the one team that have that altitude advantage at this point. But you know, kudos to Suyog. I do not know how that lad pulled himself off over there. That fight against IHC, when they just came pushing him at his direction, managed to deal with the threat and still be alive. And now this is it for NB Esports. Now, considering the fact that DRS have taken a quick early exit, NB have a right opportunity to get themselves back into the game. But it's going to be difficult. They should not be the ones forcing out the fight. Rather, they should be just waiting for T2K and DEADEYES guys to be fighting it out amongst each other. And they should be the ones salvaging whatever remains in this one. Till then, if they can maintain that silence. But look at this, Raw charging in onto C2K's compound. Are they prepared? Yes, certainly they are. But Kansha finds that opening and will also get that final kill. And that being said, Raw Esports just managing to wipe down T2K from the face of the earth. I still cannot understand what really happened. But yes, Raw right now have taken control.
But still, I don't think Raw officials are looking so very good, because the grenades that are coming from the side of DEADEYES, guys, there's only little space that Raw officials can hold on to, and they're susceptible to the grenades. Multiple barrage of grenades is coming in. At the same time, they have to deal with the plus of NB Esports, where Seg goes down, and Kacha, perfect knock he finds. With a grenade, he might be looking for a confirmation, but can he find so? Because Fistboy is also in the close proximity. They can pretty much take down the entirety of NB Esports right now, and they need those points. With only 2 men surviving, they need to have the southern control in their hands. But DEADEYES guys are also in the back lines. He gets the confirmation onto Seg, but Fistboy is still there. On the other side, Playzone is going to come into the picture and take down Mad Cat from the side of TRZ. At the same time, DEADEYES guys, this is a blessing in disguise for Raw officials, because now DEADEYES, they are engaged in a fight with TRZ. And now Raw, they can deal with Fistboy, but Fistboy, oh lord, how is he going to survive these grenades?
Yeah, he's done decent over here. Especially Raw officials, I feel really happy. And ooh, just with a sliver, considering the fact that the blue zone is closing in, he's making the right maneuvers, but needs to patch himself up really quickly. How can he fight against death like that? And seems like he's alive for now, kept himself in contention. And Kansha might have a little bit of an idea of where Fistboy could possibly be. Just hiding behind that tree, in fact. But Kansha unfortunately does not have any grenade bars. As a result, is spotted from behind by Slayer, who finally manages to find a knock onto his direction. And Zodi, well, DEADEYES guys know that this is their time. This is where the iron is hot. They need to just charge in and finish him off and take control over this territory. In the midst of it all, Fistboy still breathing, still surviving. They did see the projectile coming out. And DEADEYES guys, do they not have enough grenades on them? Because had they had, could have just gone through the skylight. And does not seem like the case.
Yeah, maybe they are a little short, but Fistboy had one and he lobs it to the perfection, and Zodi has been eliminated, and now the Hunters have been eliminated. Raw officials bids bye-bye at the 6th spot after a good performance, decent performance I'll say. But Fistboy, well, he is a one lucky fellow. He just survived that wrath that was coming in, but he's now on the low ground. And DEADEYES, having the upper height advantage, knows exactly where the plus of 4 MV are. But for now, DEADEYES, they want to watch their back, make sure the backlines are clear. But Assassin, he's hiding. He has no idea. Actually, 4 MV, they have no idea about the position of Assassin. The minute they get to know, oh, he's a dead man.
But Fomerical vibes, this is the Fomerical vibes that I think all the fans were missing. This is the Fomerical vibes that had been dominating throughout the league stages, almost 200 points of lead. They had literally broken the meta and had shown, their way is the right way. And for now, they are the favorites to win this chicken dinner along with DEADEYES, guys. But DEADEYES, they have to get inside the circle, and so do for Miracle Vibes. Initially, their ongoing troubles are this fact that they need to get their players back alive. As for Miracle Vibes, they're being pressed at. As Turulov lies, begging for help. As there you go, Apex just tries to charge in down, takes a few shots, refuse right out in the open. This is where Apex needs to calm down, and for Miracle Vibes, just raining death and destruction from above, from left and right. And now Precious, he's the only one Precious lad remaining. All he had to do was provide cover fire for his team, but seems like he's failed in doing so. And in the midst of it all, Assassin still lies hidden and hasn't really revealed his position, has taken his team to the top 3.
And he's not going to give any kind of a sound cue. As long as DE and 4MV, they are fighting among each other, there is no chance to save refuse, as Apex and Dog from 2 different angles are approaching Deadeye, guys. But a precious serve with the TMP45 takes hefty HP out of Dog over there. And Apex in a close frontal battle. Can he take down Precious, sir? And yes, he does. With the 4 times ADS on, he was not able to survive. And Dog also goes down, but from the back lines, Assassin is the one getting the confirmation. Now he's in a 1v1 situation. Who can get this chicken dinner? Looks like 4MV Apex can, because he has a little bit of the cover of the tree trunk, and Assassin is out there in the open, marching towards Apex as Apex is trying to patch himself up.
Oh, Assassin out of bullets from his M4 will have to resort towards his mini, but can he get through? That won't be the case, as Apex is the Apex Predator in the lobby, and for Miracle Vibes have done it. Finally, you can see that huge sigh of relief on their faces, and they have done it their way. All they had to do was just put a little bit of a leash. Just do not have to rush out anywhere and everywhere, and that is exactly what they needed. And that is where they found their winning formula, that secret X chemical that was needed. And there you go, they marched themselves into the chicken dinner and find themselves at the 3rd spot with 16 elimination to their name. What a match it was. What a match it was. I mean, it was all that action, all that hype we needed. And for Miracle Vibes and High Voltage, Assassin almost just managed to clutch it out, and heart goes out to him. And he'd done that. Apex was barely with that. He just had barely 20% of HP remaining, and all he had to do was buy some time. And considering the fact that you said he had that cover, that sort of worked out in his favor. Because what I felt, Assassin would have done was he was just waiting for that fight, and had Precious knocked at least one player down extra, then this could have been High Voltage's game. No caps. But regardless, this is where, the Apex Predators finally strike and assert dominance over the surfer. And this is exactly the Miracle Vibes that you would want to see.
Well, certainly, for MV they played it to the perfection, valiant effort from the side of Assassin. But I have my little disappointment in the name of Deadeye guys. How did they lose that fight? They had the height advantage. 4MV were on the low ground. Precious sir was able to see Doc over there. He was able to take him down as well. He knew exactly where the players are. Deadeye guys, they didn't have 4MV. They didn't have the numbers in their hands. Maybe the ADS that he went in the close range didn't work in his favor, but yeah, Deadeye guys, this should have been their game.
No. So what really happened was, one of their players was knocked out, right? And Deadeye's guys decided to push. And the moment they pushed, they saw one of those players. I think Apex was on top, and there was another player, their teammate, right below. So they kind of got focused on the player down, and they forgot about Apex existence. And all Apex had to do was just charge in with, having 2 free kills right in front of him. And what could have been done for Deadeye's guys, or what they were actually thinking, or what they wanted to execute, was Precious trying to provide that precious cover fire, which did not seem to come through. Maybe this could have been pertaining to the fact that maybe did not have the perfect angle. Something went down, because had Precious been able to provide that cover, had he been able to provide that cover fire, then things could have gone in a whole different way, right? Deadeyes could have seen this through. And even Precious did a really good job in trying to deal with Doc in that situation. We saw when Doc was charging in, he did manage to almost knock him out, because had that happened then it would have been a different story altogether, because then it could have also been Deadeyes guys, because winning the chicken, because they had that higher ground. And the moment Assassin could have popped up and had Precious being taken down Apex also, this could have gone either ways. It could have been Deadeyes, it could have been High Voltage, but eventually it was Formerical vibes. And I think this is exactly the momentum that they needed. And just one game shy, one more chicken dinner, and Shadow, they're gonna shoot through the top, because today had not really been those days where Formerical vibes were feeling happy about themselves, right? Every single game they came playing into the previous 3, it was the same old thing. They were just rushing in and trying to take a fight, and suddenly somebody used to third party them, or the team in front of them was so well prepared that they did not have any trouble dealing with it. But this time, they finally managed to kind of calm down their nerves. This time they were a little bit keeping themselves in control. No more hasty pushes. They kind of capitalized on the situations, found the right opportunity, and as a result of which, they managed to get the chicken dinner.
Well, they definitely got the chicken dinner. And day number 2, like I said, it's a day of comebacks. Every single team is doing a comeback, and certainly 4MV, they won't be left behind. They were looking for a chicken dinner. They were looking for a comeback story to be created. And I really think 4MV, after this, they are not going to stop for anyone. They wanted a chicken dinner. They have the safe spot. They're not targeting to qualify for the SA champions. They are targeting the top spot in the overall leaderboard, because that is where they like to be right now. Right now they are not there, but that is where they want to be. But on the other side, the other team that need to do a comeback are the players of TRZ, because TRZ and IHC as well, they are also trying their level best. IHC was having a fantastic day. TRZ also, they came so very close to getting the chicken dinner. So I think those 2 teams are also looking for it.
Oh yeah, I think for TRZ at that point, the start today was really nice, right? The Sanhok game was really special for them. But this game, things were pretty different. And another team I think we need to touch upon that were in the race for the top spot was NB Esports. I think they played really well. Again, applauds to Fistboy for surviving for so long, especially when we could see, it was initially the boys from T2K. They got taken down by the players of Raw, and then when Raw were inside that compound, it was Fistboy who just goes on and takes them out. But this conversation is gonna keep on going. But right now, folks, we're gonna be heading for a short little break, because coming right after is gonna be action right from Sanhok.
is here.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Go, go, go!
Alright, we're back, and that was really quick. And apologies for the delay, but yeah, you were watching the PMPL SA Grand Finals 23 Spring Split. So we did see Formerical Vibes back that chicken dinner, but however, there were a few more teams that we were supposed to be talking about. So we were kind of discussing about how good NB Esports have been playing, right? Especially Fistboy, and we can also see Mondo. I think after those first early jitters in the Grand Finals, is really bought himself back into the game. And Shadow, we did discuss about NB, we did discuss about of course for Medical Vibes, but Stalwart Esports, what happened to them?
It's a circle, I think. Every single time in Miramar is a rotation, because Stalwart Esports, they drop in towards the side of St. Martin. That is from where they start migrating inside the circle. And so many teams, this northern area is always so very busy that Stalwart Esports, they are stuck in so many fights. And when it comes to Mongolian teams, they're always for the aggression. They're always looking for the fights. And Stalwart Esports, the minute they smell blood, they go for the action, especially action from their side. And that is something that is not working in their favor. They need to prioritize that. They have to move inside the circle with all the 4 players alive.
Yeah, I think this is where they need to kind of adopt the Formerical Vibes way this time. What they did, maybe just calm down a little bit. And yes, like you said, I completely agree with you. The underlying concerns are with their rotations. But Stalwart Esports, they've been winning those early fights. One squad fight they win, and it's the same storyline repeating. And then suddenly they start losing out on numbers. And towards the end, we saw Top and IC. All they could do was try and survive and get a few position points out. Were caught in a really rough position. But talking about rough position and bad situations, I think we have to address the major fight that occurred around the hills over there. I mean, it was T2K, Suyog, all by his lonesome. He was charged upon the entire squad of IHC and seemed like he dealt with them all by his lonesome, right? He managed to get 6 finishes out there. I mean, might have had 2 more there, and got 3 over there, and 1 was dealt by one of those players. Was taken down by Apex, if my memory serves me right. And just in doing that, DRS, they kind of smelt an opportunity where they felt that this is where they need to go and win that fight. And in order to do so, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming was also in the same tangent. They were all aligned together and wanted to capitalize and benefit from that situation. But what happened? Hell broke loose, and suddenly we see DRS being absolutely perished, and SKYLIGHTZ Gaming just barely escaping. I think it was just Nima who managed to go for a quick retreat, and T2K, I think, were the king of the hills and did assert that dominance. I mean, that was one of those fights that really had me like thinking, OMG, what on earth is going on? Because now that's not the kind of an aggression that you would ideally see from these teams. But I think this has to do with the new point structure, right? Teams do understand that surviving for so long, let's say 20-25 minutes, is not going to earn them anything if they don't have those elim points, right? Because even if you just win the game, you're getting 10 points. But then onwards, the numbers instantly just reduce 6, 5. So that is where teams have to engage in those fights, and as a result of which we as viewers get entertained, but for teams it's quite difficult to deal with it in it.
I think that is the same story with the players of Raw officials. In one of the game, they were able to survive until the very last few moments of the game, but they didn't had enough elimination points to back them up. That is why they were in the later half of the overall ranking, because this time the placement points are not so much that they can rely on. They have to rely on the elimination points. They have to bring in the aggression, but a controlled aggression, not like the players of Stalwart Esports. A controlled aggression is the key. You have to keep your players alive. Play with the circle. Just do exactly what the players of DRS are doing. Yes, this game didn't go in their favor, but DRS, I think the way they are playing along with the circle, not just DRS, I think NV Esports, they are the one always playing on the edges, but the moment the third or the fourth circle comes in, they find the perfect spot for themselves inside the circle, and that is how they capitalize. This time, Fist Boy, he was one lucky man. How did he survive? I still can't comprehend how he survived that moment.
Yeah, nobody knows. Nobody knows, to be honest. But yes, I think he was just smart enough. He found that window of opportunity where he could just take that lower ridge and try to escape from the clutches there. But yes, did not just survive, but also managed to take them down. So Raw was in for a fight, and Fistboy exactly gave them that. And NB Esports are still in good contention. But I'm kind of wondering, once the overall rankings do come up, what's going to be the scenario there. Because after this match, a lot of things are going to change. Because one thing we saw was, for Miracle Vibes, they've taken on that third spot despite, falling down so badly. That one chicken dinner was so important, so crucial for them, and they've managed to do so. But what they do next is going to be really crucial, because next up we have a Sanhok, and then Sanhok, anything and everything is possible. So far we had seen Illuminate really dominating Sanhok, but that seems to have changed, right? The last Sanhok game we saw, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they were way patient, they were very calm, and as a result they got the chicken dinner. But after that we haven't seen much out of their side. So we did see today was a day where we saw all these teams that were on the bottom half of the table perform exceedingly well, get past their limits, just break through it, and they managed to get a few chicken dinners, some good points. You could see that fight, you could see that hunger being showcased by these teams, and that is exactly what we are in here for, because it's not just a battle about becoming the champion of PMPL SA, right? It's also the battle to qualify for the SA championships, right? And again, a quick reminder for all our new viewers here, only the top 12 teams out of the 16 get to play the next phase. That is the SA championship. That is where the stakes are even higher, and when it is the road to GC, you might not, of course you would not want to miss out on that.
Certainly, there are so many things on the stake, not just the money. The qualification for SSC and later on so many other things are going to be there. So you have to be in the top 12, and consistency is the key, because if you look at the stats of SITM Esports, they are not dominating the lobby. They have the perfect fine-tuning between the placement points and the elimination points. That is how they are able to survive in top 12. Yes, they are not in top 5 or top 8, but they are placed decently, and if they keep up the same consistency, same balance between both the points, I think SITM are looking perfect to qualify for the SSC.
Oh yeah, they certainly are. I mean, in at least in a good position, hoping they do the same. But let's take a quick look at who the MVP of the game of Miramar was, and no doubt had to be Apex, right? 8 eliminations, 964 points of damage. This guy was just doing it all, especially when for Miracle Vibes needed that tip of the spear to work, which yesterday was, I think, Doc. Today Apex 922 takes over, and it's not just these two players, even the rest can also do the same, right? They kind of have that thing in them. Everyone, when time needed, can just step up and could find some miracles. But right now, let's take a look at the top players. Who are they going to be, and who's going to find themselves out here? It's going to be Apex, then you've got Doc, yeah, I mean the usual suspects. Then you've got East, can't really rule him out, but Kansha from Raw Officials is finally stepping up. So happy to see him over here. And Precious, I mean, he did whatever he could possibly do, but seems like wasn't enough, but still will find him himself on the top players in this game.
He certainly is. At the same time, East need to step up a bit more because East was the top performer when it comes to the league championship. He got the highest elimination. No one got touch East. So if East comes back into the form, I think 4MV are looking very strong. No one can contest 4MV in terms of the aggression they can bring in. But Precious sir, this time from the side of Deadeye guys, he's stepping up because in the league plays it was entirely True Love sir that used to clutch so many times. In fact, one of the day he clutched the entire squad of DRS. So yes, True Love sir also has got the potential. But match summary, it is all about 4MV in terms of highest elimination, highest damage, highest assist. It's all about Apex, Dock and Refuse.
Oh yeah, I mean, considering how this match quite went on about, it was just for Miracle vibes. I was just anticipating the circle, and we've seen most of those repetitive circles going on, right? And today, even that was the case yet again. So our teams are really capitalizing. For Miracle vibes should have done well in the previous game of Miramar, but unfortunately could not do so. But right now, let's take a look at the match rankings and find out who have secured how many points. So for Miracle vibes, 26 points, just courtesy to that one game, and that is how deadly and how devastating they could be. And in the grand finals, I think this was the highest eliminations a team has secured in getting a chicken dinner. So for Miracle vibes, it's I think just another day in the office for them. They're on they're on the climb. And Deadeyes guys, much needed 12 points, and NB Esports have managed to secure 8, where DRS I think have gotten a big fat 0. I don't think I've seen them getting any kills in this game. I think as we move on further, I think we might get to see the bottom 8 and have a more vivid picture. And but unfortunately, I think that's not available for us. But we're just gonna be anticipating that DRS just did not get any, and that's gonna make a lot of differences, you know, in the top order. To be honest, right? Especially with the race for the top really getting heated and really intense, with for Miracle vibes finding their run of form. Now this is where I think the real drama lies, at least in Sanhok.
Certainly, and talking about Sanhok, DRS definitely tend to perform really good, or used to perform really good in the map of Sanhok. But in the previous one, it was a death on arrival for the plus of DRS. They went in to hunt SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, but they didn't anticipate CEO. Perfect grenades that came from his side, and that was also the smart move that came from CEO, because the minute he got the confirmation points onto the plus of DRS, he didn't overextend in that fight. He went back to his own teammates, regrouped with his team, and that is how T2K is able to bring in the good gameplays. But still, the chicken dinner is still missing from the side of T2K, because time and time again, they find themselves, especially in Miramar, in a very good spot, especially in these southern circles, but chicken dinner is still missing.
Yeah, chicken dinner is missing. I mean, for DRS, I think they were the ones who wanted to capitalize on that entire fight, right? Going on between IHC and T2K, and eventually it was SKYLIGHTZ Gaming just barged in on their doors, and DRS were just left helpless. What could they do, right? They could not just process and comprehend anything that's going to just gonna keep on going. So had they had the brains of a supercomputer, they could have maybe processed and could have dealt with the situation, but that was not the case. But yes, getting back to talking about DRS, I think this time they did a few things different, right? We saw in the first Miramar game that they kind of were rotating alongside SITM, where SITM were a rather quicker bunch, and they kind of entered the zone, who kept them and did not let them enter. This time DRS, however, opted for a different route, which was working out up until that point where they were desperate for a fight, and everything just went astray for them. And heading into this Sanhok game, I think DRS would be looking at a little bit of more consistency. I think that has been Shadow their go-to way, right? Because this is what they have been always looking out for. But I'm kind of really interested to know how things have stirred up in the overall rankings, to be honest, because the way things are going on, anything can possibly happen. Anybody could be on the top, but let's hope for the best.
Let's hope for the best, because anything can happen, but all that is going to happen after a short little break. So you guys stay tuned. We apologize, but we are going to be right back.
Yeah, finally we're back, folks, and yes, of course, you're watching the grand finals of the PMPL South Asia, and we're in well day number 2, and we're almost half. I mean, we're already through halfway and approaching to the final 2 games of the evening. Next up is going to be Sanhok, and we were actually talking about DRS, and then talking about DRS, I think they've been doing pretty well. There is another team that I think we need to address. I think has to be T2K. Yesterday, we saw they managed to get a chicken dinner in Miramar. Today, I think they were really good in terms of how they played their Miramar. But in the other maps, what has gone wrong for them, Shadow?
I think T2K, they're just feeling the pressure because Erangel has always been the strong point. The rotations that are coming from the side of T2K and Erangel are point perfect. There is nothing in terms of the rotation they are facing or something. It's just the confidence. They need the confidence. It's just the pressure of the grand finals, which the players of T2K are not able to handle, because this was the most consistent team in the league plays. In week number 3, they were sitting on the top for almost half of week number 3. They were sitting on the top in the leaderboard. So T2K, they just need to find that confidence, and if they find so, I think they can do fairly well, because in Sanhok also, considering their drop location and we are having so many northern circles, the drop is favoring the position inside the circle.
Oh yeah, it certainly is. And right now, well, we are off into the map of Sanhok. And it's kind of a similar flight path that we witnessed today. And what we're going to be looking forward to is SITM and High Voltage take a fight against each other. Is that going to happen? That's a big question. DEADEYES guys, they've gone over towards Hathin. And we haven't really seen a lot of those eastern circles, to be honest. And I can hear gunshots in the background, which sort of suggests that yes, we have a fight again brewing. And this time, High Voltage will be on the receiving side, as they have lost out on Malik but have managed to get a trade in the form of Dobu, who still lies knocked out. And Jiggle, he has to be really quick with his rotation. Desert, you can see he's also trying to pull one off as Assassin. They're all grouping up on towards one side, and Jiggle taking down Desert will be a breaking point, as Dobu, he's been gotten back on his toes, and Desert has been spotted out. Jiggle almost messed up his prey but will connect eventually, as Dobu runs to find some cover, just hides behind that bell, as now High Voltage, they really need to be the aggressors, and they have lost out on Malik. That's going to be haunting them. But Dobu, he does not have the best of HP. He's trying to run for cover, gets back into safety, as Jiro will now look for a means to escape.
This time SITM Esports, they are looking for revenge. They have to survive. They have to go for the revival onto Desert, but it's not going to be easy, because Dobu on a sliver of HP, 10 HP, this can't be possible for him to close in the distance and revive his teammates. On the other side, High Voltage, they are also keeping the calm and composure, not over-aggressing into the fight. Jiggle along with Prabeen already inching closer towards the side of Jiro, but is Jiro prepared? Jiggle with a Thompson. We know these SMGs are so potent and powerful in the close range, and that has been showcased. Jiggle takes down Jiro over there. Now the numbers of SITM are not supporting the case. 2 players already down. 1 player going for the revival, and QB holding the fort on his own. Can he survive the wrath that is coming from the side of Prabeen with a UMP-45 in his hands? He did take few HP out of QB, but can he take him down? And looks like QB is going to go down, and Prabeen takes down Desert as well.
Again, it has been done, and now they're left with nothing but Dobu trying to run for his dear life, and High Voltage might have lost on 1 player, but they want vengeance, as Dobu gets spotted out, looks at his death, staring right into his eyes, as High Voltage wipe out SITM from the face of the earth. And I really cannot understand, why are these 2 teams contesting against each other time and again? There's so many compounds that they can loot. I mean, they can very much just go towards this, the foothills and loot from the compounds over there. But we're just not done with all the fights. We have another fight brewing up where we can see Raw again facing adversity at their face, where Wally has no trouble in dealing against them, and one of their players is already wiped out. But seems like Raw have also gotten revenge. You know, they have gotten one of their players, Baron, also taken down, as they head in on towards Zodi and Yetauta. Casey just pushing in along with his teammate in tandem with each other. 2 of the players. Zodi shows his face, has that DBS, but Wally gets a trade. And now Casey is on real low HP, as Yetauta trying to establish some dominion, but does not succeed in the case, as now Yetauta, he's got to run for cover. He needs to just patch himself up, as Claw also joins the fight, and it is hell breaking loose so early in those phases of Sanhok.
Oh, this is definitely a very fast Sanhok as compared to the previous one where Deadeye guys this time they are also hunting for the players of high voltage and looks like they managed to take down 2+. But on the other side, MABETEX Esports going for the crucial revivals onto the players onto their fallen teammates. But Raw, this is a problem. Raw official, even if they get a revenge, even if they manage to get 1 defeat point for themselves, that is not enough. They have to target the chicken dinner if they want to qualify for the SHC championship. And MABETEX Esports, they are looking hungry for those blood, for those defeat points, because MABETEX, the consistency was not there. Now they're aiming for those finish points. And IHC also looks like they also had their fair share as they got 1 defeat point, 3 defeat points in fact, but lost one of their own.
Yeah, I mean, what's going on? Why are teams fighting so quickly? Because just a couple of moments ago, we saw high voltage wiping out SITM, and suddenly Deadeyes guys, they loot at Hearthen and instantly charge in and wipe them off. So a lot of fights already. 2 teams have been eliminated in the early phases of the game. I mean, I'm still trying to comprehend what's happening over here. Yetauta still surviving. It's going to be really doubtful if he actually goes after the players of MABETEX. Maybe considering, like I said, the new point structure, if they can amass a few points, and there you go. Yetauta succeeding from the backlines, and this is where Claw wants to just kind of reply back, and yes they do. Wally finds Yetauta, which leaves Claw just that single player surviving in a 1v2 situation over here against the players of MABETEX. Kessie right in front of him, and Claw does have that Uzi, but 2 players pushing in at his direction. Still manages to deal with 1, but that's all he's gonna get. Not even a finish, as Raw officials, they also bite the dust at the 14th place.
Raw, 2 elimination points. Is it enough to qualify for the SAC when they are on the
Look at
bottom,
this.
on the 16th? And Kessie, he's bleeding. There is no help coming for him. There is no chance that he can be revived in the situation. And Leo Esports, well, they get easy defeat point onto him. And MABETEX Esports, the early aggression that these teams are bringing in fixes is not helping their case. Yes, MABETEX did manage to get 4 defeat points. IHC managed to get 3 defeat points, but they're surviving as a solo man.
I cannot understand. I cannot understand why are teams so aggressive. It's just the beginning of the game, and everybody wants blood. And Wally, he realized that Leo Esports were pushing, so did not even bother to try and revive Kessie. And eventually, Leo Esports are going to be happy with that 1 point. And yes, it's going to be so valuable towards the end, right? And considering tomorrow's going to be the final day, everybody is hungry for those valuable points. Everybody realizes that yes, they have a good chance at making it to the top 12. So nobody wants to cut any corners loose. So right now, as things are, this time we've got a little bit of a central circle, right? This time we could anticipate maybe a circle towards Painan, or maybe something happening around the quarry area, or maybe it could be a drastic shift towards Ban, but not similar to the earlier northern circles that we had, which was massively favoring teams like IHC or Illuminate. Both of them have taken losses, and I8, I think they've also been just reduced to that 1 player Viper who's surviving. The big question is, for how long can he do that with IHC right on their tail?
Oh, I'd say they are going to spot Viper sooner or later, or maybe not in this circle, maybe during the rotation of the next circle. But looks like Leo Esports and TRZ, they are also cutting close corners. They're so close to each other. I was hoping this can be a Bangladeshi game where TRZ get a chicken dinner because they missed it the previous Sanhok. Considering the position inside the circle, they do have a good position. For now, looks like Leo Esports and TRZ, they didn't lock horns with each other. But still, slowly and steadily, the center area is becoming congested. Even Stalwarts, they are also approaching towards the center. But Deadeye guys, they are going for a very late rotation. 2 of the players still at the mercy of the blue in Hearthen. So Deadeyes, they are keeping things very safe.
Yeah, one good thing Deadeyes did is they eliminated their 2 nearest threats, right? They saw that SITM had been dealt with, and they knew that high voltage was wounded, did not have a lot of loot to work around, and they just struck the hammer. And as a result of which, they've got that entire Western Island to themselves, which sort of opens up the route. They can go through ruins, they can take that longer route through that bridge from Camp Alpha and completely, just kind of execute a long rotation down from the southern side. Somewhere where they might meet DRS, but now Wally all by his lonesome. He's just looting around cave. And if DRS can find him, I mean, that's going to be one freebie for themselves. But right now, for Miracle Vibes, look at them. I mean, they dropped in and now they're just in a good spot, have that little bit of a hill advantage. And they've got their eyes next on their prey. So I think could be Kunyo TRZ, and that is a fight that we would love to see. But considering the fact that for Miracle Vibes did show that controlled aggression, that balance in their style of play, this time hopefully we don't see them rushing in like mad dogs.
Oh, this certainly won't be, because this time they are keeping southern western control of the circle under their favor. Yes, TRC, maybe they can rush towards the side of TRZ. That can be a possibility. Even the players of Leo Esports, they have also changed things in the gameplay. Earlier, it was usually Mr. Smokey or Sus being taken out pretty early in the game, but now instead of going in an individual split, they are sticking in the 2v2 split. That is what that worked in the previous Erangel also, where they got the chicken dinner for themselves. At the same time, they need to be a bit cautious of the position of one of the player from the side of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. I believe it is AJ, right in the adjacent compound. And Leo Esports, they have no idea. They have no hint about his position. And oh my god, the minute the player of Leo Esports steps into that compound, he should be prepared, because these are the things that make Sanhok so very difficult to play, because AJ is not giving any kind of a sound cue. And at the same time, look at the weapon that he's having in his hands. Yes, right now M416, but he has a DBS. Even if multiple players of Leo Esports barge into the compound, I think he has got the perfect weapon to deal with. At the same time, the reinforcements are also not that far away. No Fear, along with Mafia Ninja, are keeping the uphill control under their favor. And with the circle shift, the circle has taken a bit of the northern shift. That means the players of NB Esports are benefiting heavily from the circle shift. They do have a very good compound, but from the looks of it, T2K on the northern periphery might try and challenge them, but SKYLIGHTZ and Leo Esports in a kind of a stalemate situation. Nothing really is happening, but looks like SKYLIGHTZ, the minute they see the player of Leo Esports, might want to hunt for them. Because SKYLIGHTZ, hey, they are looking for the finish point, but Rig being one with the nature. And the entire squad of Deadeye guys right in front of him. He pulls up a grenade, but he don't know exactly where the players are. And it's a 1v4 situation. No opening, nothing at all. And at the same time, he gives away his position as well. And he goes down. Precious Sir comes in, but from the back line, Sanhok is trying to provide the cover fire, but no use. It's a lost cause. There is no chance to save Rig at this point.
Yeah, quite difficult. I mean, that trajectory of the grenade just gave his position away, right? And kind of exposed himself. And this is where Deadeyes guys capitalize on that situation. And they've been pretty formidable so far, the way they've been playing, right? Getting those kills after kills. And now it's going to be interesting. The way the circle has shifted, I think, like I expected, towards somewhere between Quarry and Bhan. And SKYLIGHTZ Gaming are at a prime position to fight from there. All they need to do is just keep themselves alive, find a better compound, and if they do so, this chicken dinner could be theirs. Could be the second back-to-back chicken in Sanhok, as IHC seem to have spotted down tops, and he's taking some massive amount of damage. Somehow has just kept himself alive with a sliver of HP. Will be quick in getting that first aid administered. But look at that. Look at Soulless staring at Godless, making no movements, because he knows that he's got nobody around, and does not know where the other players of IHC are. So he's not gonna fancy his chances right now. Has to wait for Godless to make a little bit of a careless move, go out in the open, and that's when he's gonna just bite his fangs right into the neck of Godless and poison him down. As Viper, he falls down to his misery and just gets taken down as Deadeyes guys, a team that was looking to be in prime control of the game, suddenly they seem to be falling apart.
Oh, they are certainly coming under heavy fire from the side of Seg. One player already down. The little bit of the rock is providing the cover, but is it enough for the players of Deadeyes to survive? I believe it's not even the rock, it's a broken vehicle over there. And Deadeyes, sooner or later, they have to deal with the players of NB Esports, but looks like on the southern side, we have the players of 4MV. One player already down. This is the moment when the players of TRZ can strike, because 4MV, they were first engaged with DRS, but TRZ comes in from a flank angle, takes down East. Instant confirmation already there, and 4MV, they're left with only 2 players. Not enough breathing space for them, and TRZ, they have the majority of the real estate control under their favor, and Molotov in the direction of Dog, but Dog still surviving. Not the perfect projectile, grenades, everything. TRZ, they're trying tooth and nail to bring down the players of 4MV right now.
Yeah, taking the fights against the Giants over here. It's a David versus Goliath one, but Mad Cat seems like he does not care at all as Kunyo TRZ successfully eliminate for medical vibes. The force of nature that this team has been dealt with. They have perished. And Kunyo TRZ, it was really nice anticipation from their side, you know, just anticipating a threat from behind and acting accordingly. As SKYLIGHTZ in close proximity to Deadeyes, guys, you can see Becca with his DBS just trying to shoot and maybe find a successful result. And if you can get a knock or two, that's where you see SKYLIGHTZ trying to breach in through their compounds, as Becca has kept himself alive. But for how long, as he's being shot from elsewhere, needs to find some cover, has gotten in right at the doorsteps, right at the footsteps. And now you can see Becca's got a little bit of a smoke to at least administer that first aid, because I think it's NB Esports might have been troubling them a little bit. That Molotov also comes in, but Becca, he runs to safety.
Oh, he has to. He has all the reasons to run back to the safety. Direct guys managed to keep the control, but see, they're right in the adjacent compound. And with so many teams also in the close proximity, it's not going to be easy. We have the players of IHC also lurking nearby, but SKYLIGHTZ Gaming looks like they are locking horns with the players of Leo Esports as they find one knock, but a team at the mercy of the blue. That is going to be DRS. Yes, they were going for a very late rotation. They held their grounds so that the players of 4MV could move away, or maybe they were trying not to engage in a fight with the players of 4MV. That could be the reason for late rotation, but now they are paying the price as Playzone is picking the players one after another, and DRS left with only one single player, that is Delta.
Yeah, and again for DRS. Now, just when we were thinking they kind of got their consistent run back in, things did not go the way they had anticipated, and this is a perfect time where, you know, teams like Leo, teams like SKYLIGHTZ Gaming can get themselves back in, as NB are right beside T2K, and Deadeyes guys wanting to force their way through. Got to deal with Seal first, but the way the circle has shifted, I think Deadeyes guys do not want a part of it. They just want to get inside the circle safe and sound.
Oh, Leo Esports and SKYLIGHTZ, the patience they have been showing, the compounds which they have been holding on to for so long are finally being rewarded, because the circle, from the looks of it, this is their game to lose, or this can be a very high fragging game for both of them. On the other side, we have Stalwart also going up against the side of TRZ, where one player has been taken down. Stalwart, I don't think they are going to face any sort of resistance while they move inside the circle. Yes, Valley is there, and Valley need to worry a bit because he's all by himself. But right now, Deadeye guys, they are looking for some action onto the side of NB Esports. At the same time, T2K Sandesh right there, and Deadeyes, they have no idea about his position as he takes on not just one, 2 players from the side of Deadeyes, leaving on top sir all by himself.
Oh yeah, at this point, you know, on top, what can he possibly do? All fending for himself. Over here, they did not know that they were walking into their own deaths, as T2K will be the Grim Reapers as they absolutely shred them apart. But trouble in paradise now for T2K as NB Esports strike from behind. And this is where Sandesh, he feels this coming. He feels the earth trembling right under his feet. How is he going to survive with so many teams around them? And NB Esports certainly have heard their footsteps, but are T2K aware of the threat that's around them? As Becca right out in the open, he goes falling down, and this is the perfect time where NB Esports could come striking, but they haven't really exposed themselves. still taking their chances, and there you go. NB Sport Strike and Sandesh completely flabbergasted with what just hit him.
Sandesh on a sliver of HP. How long can he survive? Yes, there are few crates. He can hope and find few good first aids, but Mondo, he knows one player is still there. At least he has a vague idea. And the moment he comes out, the last player of T2K comes out in the open, he should be ready to face the players of NB Esports. And Mondo is not going to spare Sandesh so easily. He knows there is a player hiding. On the other side, talking about the players of Seal Esports, well, looks like Sanchar has been dealt with by Stalwart. Now, Soulless is the only one remaining. Slowly, Stalwart Esports are also clearing the floor from the western side, and looks like they have managed to take the entire western control in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, at least for now, as long as they can do. I mean, Stalwart just same storyline, have lost out on 2 of their players, but still top in IC. They have to amass as many position points as they can. As NB, they've been phenomenal so far, and now one more elimination, one more team out. As for now, Leo, I think they've been pretty happy with the kind of a circle shift that they've gotten. Yeah, you know, one of their players had been taken down, but he is right back up, and they've got that perfect spread. And it's got to be so difficult for SKYLIGHTZ Gaming to actually initiate that push, right? You have to just cross over the road, and I think we've got to wait for the next circle to break out. NB Esports, they've got that entire eastern area. They've got that high ground advantage to themselves. But this is where trouble begins for Stalwart, because they've got to go downhill, and that will expose them to a lot of threat, especially from NB Esports. And with SKYLIGHTZ Gaming and Leo also on the watch out, I really do not like their chances of making it inside the zone.
The chances are slim. The odds are definitely not in their favor. And SKYLIGHTZ Gaming and Leo Esports, well, they should be in top 2. Who gets the chicken dinner? I don't know. It all boils down to where exactly the circle is. But it looks like AJ knows exactly where the players of Stalwart are, and No Fear strikes in, takes down Icy. Instant confirmation coming in, and Tobbs is at the mercy of the blue. There is no chance that he can move inside the circle, just like you said. But in the meanwhile, the players of NB Esports, they have inched closer, and Akaze down by the play zone, but still the remaining 3 players, they have made it inside the circle, or at least on the periphery of the circle.
Oh, they certainly have, as you can see. Oh, barely surviving there, and we kind of knew that he was cornered there, right, didn't he? And right now, it's a battle between the final 3. With NB Sports, I kind of do not like their chances, especially with how the circle has shifted. Could be a back-to-back for SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, as Nima just goes prancing through, and there you go. Players getting taken down, courtesy to the play zone. Also, as NB Esports take a fall at the 3rd position, a fall that I think they're going to be happy with, considering Leo and SKYLIGHTZ Gaming are not their near threats, right? Stalwart was, but they've managed to do better than them. As now, this is where Leo Esports have to sort of try and close in. Now, we did see in that game of Erangel, Leo Esports did the unthinkable. But can they do something again like that? And I do not like their chances, because already one of their players has fallen down. And SKYLIGHTZ Gaming trying to show no mercy at all. As HIGHVOLTAGE, he has to defend that push coming in. He has to also protect and get Liquid back up. So much to do. And with SKYLIGHTZ Gaming just pouring all those utils at their direction, it's going to be so difficult for them. But HIGHVOLTAGE, despite all odds, has found a knock on to Nima, as SJ and AJ and in fact Mafia Ninja go pushing through, as Sas finds one more. Now this is definitely doable, but No Fear somehow has gotten taken down, and it all comes down to HIGHVOLTAGE. In that 1v1 situation, he's got to fight it to death with Mafia Ninja, who's trying to trigger a revive on towards his fallen comrade AJ. He's gotten him back up, and now all they've got to do is to stall and buy enough time so that AJ can administer that first hit, and that he does. As SKYLIGHTZ Gaming get another chicken dinner in the map of Sanhok, of back-to-back for them in this particular map, and they're going to be happy as this stages their comeback, and will definitely find themselves in a really good spot after this.
Oh, they certainly are going to be in a very good spot. I believe they are going to be in top 10 or top 8. Perfect game coming from their side. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, the way they deployed those smokes, had the smoke cover for themselves, inched closer to the compounds of Leo Esports. Perfect grenades came in, and they did manage to bring down the numbers. Even in fact, in the final few moments, Mafia Ninja was able to bring back AJ and revive him for elimination. Total 14 points, and now they are sitting on the 9th spot in the overall ranking.
And we're back, folks. That was a quick one, just like how SKYLIGHTZ Gaming annihilated Leo over there. But again, a good, standoff between these two teams. Leo almost managed to do that. Had they just not gotten over that outpost and not been, just blasted off with that grenade, things could have been otherwise. Because SKYLIGHTZ Gaming it came down to the wire, because even they could feel the pressure. And Mafia Ninja, instead of just aggressing, he decided to take the safer route, safer option, that is try to trigger that revive onto its AJ. And well, I think in that last dying moments, it was too much for HIGHVOLTAGE to handle, to be honest, because one, AJ had a DBS, so it's very difficult to push against a DBS, especially when you've kind of mastered the art. But SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they're going to be really happy with the way they have performed tonight. And one more chicken dinner, now have gotten themselves back to the 9th spot and are feeling a little bit more comfortable. That cushion is slightly, slowly and surely building up for them.
And in fact, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, AJ was holding on to that compound since a very long time. Leo Esports, the entire squad was over there. So AJ was aware of the position of Leo Esports, where his teammates were scouting the area. Had Leo Esports dealt with AJ earlier in the game, maybe they could have been able to bring down the numbers SKYLIGHTZ Gaming and go for the chicken dinner. But there are so many coulda, shoulda and woulda. But the MVP this time is going to be NB Esports sake, with 4 eliminations, 770 damage, a perfect gameplay coming from this particular lad.
Yeah, he's kind of the knight in the shining armor, right? Quite underrated, to be honest, for his team, when you've got players like Fistboy and Mondo doing majority of the heavy lifting. I've seen Sek in multiple situations, like the perfect support that you would need. And when time came, he did step up. As we take a look at the top players of this game, and well, again, no surprises to find Tops over there, one of my favorite players, and he's done that again. Wally, it was a roller coaster for him, right? MABETEX, they had so much to do, and HIGHVOLTAGE, towards the end, he did all he possibly could have. But even for the likes of T2K, I mean, so much went down in this game, right? Right from the very beginning, we could see 3-4 teams just getting eliminated just like that, just with a twist of the fingers. But yes, now taking a look at the match summary, it's kind of an NB Esports, DEADEYES, DRS show. All these teams were trying to do whatever they wanted, but towards the end, I think it was the stability, it was the patience that Leo and SKYLIGHTZ Gaming showed, and that is how they reaped the results, #1 and #2 respectively.
Yeah, definitely. It was the patience that rewarded them in terms of the placement points they're having and the chicken dinner. But DEADEYES also looked pretty decent. They did have a good position. But like you said, the pressure is definitely mounting on the teams, and everyone is trying to mitigate all the threat away on the second day itself, so that they don't have to deal with the teams on the third day, and they are in the safe spot to qualify for the SAC. And SKYLIGHTZ are looking good with 14 points in their name. NB Esports, well, they were pretty consistent. 11 points this game again. I think NB Esports, no one is stopping NB Esports to qualify. The qualification is pretty much confirmed.
Oh yeah, I think that's for sure. But I guess for NB Esports right now, what they're focusing is on the eyes. They have their eyes on the big prize, right? NB Esports have been one of those teams that have been time and again been really consistent, and have been just checking all the corners right. They've been making sure if things are against them, if if the odds are not stacked in their favor, what they do is just clear their path, right? Go and take as many kills as possible. But for SITM, I still have not yet processed why they are fighting against high voltage like that. I mean, that repeatedly, especially after the fall in the previous Sanhok also. And even for Miracle Vibes, that fight against Kunyo TRZ, I loved how Kunyo TRZ played. And this is where you could see NB Esports finally kind of building up that lead. It's come on to 12 points right now. For Miracle Vibes, very close to DRS Gaming, and DRS Gaming also did fall off pretty early in this particular game as well. So Stalwart Esports, they've kind of they've been games where they've been trying to get there, but it's always so difficult for Top and IC to do anything, because Stalwarts, their core fundamentals are in the way they fight, and if they don't have all 4 of their players remaining, it's all about the survival game. And in a map like that, in a circle like that, at least there was no way on earth that Top and IC could have gotten in.
Yeah, it was the numbers not in their favor. At the same time, the blue was also closing in, and it was bound to happen. Stalwart Esports were not having the perfect position and the numbers in their favor. On the other side, High Voltage, SITM, and DEADEYES, guys, the rivalry, the contestation for that Camp Alpha Island that is building up is not favoring the case of either of them, because come on, High Voltage, yes, they are in top 12. SITM Esports, they are not in the danger area, but 2 back-to-back bad games in their favors, they can be in the danger area. At the same time, DEADEYES, guys, well, they want to qualify for the SSC, so they are trying with tooth and nail. They're going for the third parties, but SITM and High Voltage, they need to be the mature one right now.
Yeah, I think they need to be, because to be honest, I mean, not much is remaining, and especially when you know that survival is on the line, you want to be in that top 12. The big question is, can you afford to take such fights, right? At least High Voltage today, they've managed to get a chicken dinner. They were looking in pristine form. And in fact, even in Sanhok, they had a good start. But who would have thought that DEADEYES guys would just come on to hunt them down, and eventually, just it's kind of the same story repeating all over again. And it makes me feel happy, because we're getting to see so much of those early fights breaking out between these two teams. And finally, we're almost we're kind of done with 5 games, and the final map remains, and that's going to be Erangel. And this is where it kind of gets me excited to see if DRS can maintain that consistency that they had in the first half of the day. Of course, we did see them slipping down in the previous 2 games, and have had not a good time, because there was a point where we saw that little bit of a topsy-turvy thing going up, stirring up on the tables, where there was moments where DRS won, they were on the top spot, and then there were moments where NB had that consistency going in. But right now, Shadow, with the final game in order, I think it's time. Production has asked for a prediction. So, who do you think gonna walk off with the victory?
Maybe Leo Esports again. It's a day of 2 chicken dinners. SKYLIGHTZ back-to-back 2 chicken dinners in Sanhok. So let's give Leo Esports also, or maybe jinx Leo Esports. I don't want to, but Leo Esports.
Oh, you said Leo Esports, you've already jinxed it. But for me, I think I'd want to stick with Raw. Raw again. Raw again, because they're at the very bottom. And what could go wrong? I don't know if I'm the one who has jinxed it, or the fate itself. So yes, no, it's not going to hurt all the other teams fighting. And at this point, let's see what happens. Because to be honest, this game is going to decide how things are going to end. At least this was one of the most crucial days, right? We had considered day 2 be to be the day of comebacks, and it kind of has been. We have seen comebacks from a lot of teams there, especially from the bottom order. Leo has done so very well, getting a chicken dinner in one, and then almost getting a chicken dinner the other. But yes, this is going to be one of those games where Leo, they have to have have to give their 100% in, and they're kind of getting over. And one more good game, and they might feel a little bit more safe, a little bit more secure. And tomorrow we can see them playing more freely. And right now, we're just waiting for the match to get started. But before we get in, quick glance at the players as they're all prepping up to get inside the game. SKYLIGHTZ has also been looking really nice. And it's kind of a customary tradition that's been going on, right? In the grand finals, we've seen whoever wins the first Sanhok goes on to win the second Sanhok of the day as well.
Oh yes, yesterday also it was the same story. So SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, well, they have been awarded by 2 chicken dinners. They are sitting comfortably in the top 10 position right now. But now the pressure is mounting on the bottom teams, especially like the teams DEADEYES guys, because they are looking for third parties. They are looking for the elimination points. They are fighting desperately to qualify for the grand finals, and not too many games left. Even the flight path this time is going to help all the teams, because it is bisecting the map in 2 equal halves. So that means all the drop locations are easily accessible. Nothing to complain about. Let's hope we have a decent circle as well.
Oh, that's so. I mean, hoping for the best, to be honest. As for Miracle Vibes, well, the last game was not the way they thought. They were kind of, maintaining that little bit of a calmness, just trying to play through the edges. That's sort of been their way to go. But Kunyo TRZ just came out of the syllabus and wiped them out. But now I think they would be wanting to finish things off on a good note. And the first position is still not out of contention, right? If for Miracle Vibes, the way they've been playing, go on to get another 16 eliminations chicken dinner, then we could see them closing the day on a high and create a record. In fact, write their own history of being the first team to not just win the league stages but also the grand finals.
Which hasn't happened yet in the entire history of PMPL. But let's hope
SA
for
at
MV, yeah, in the SA. But let's hope this time it happens. But again, no major change in terms of the drop location. All the teams are heading toward their home grounds, MABETEX towards the northern side, and the circle itself this time is favoring the northern island, favoring the case of T2K and MABETEX Esports. But doesn't it look like the same circle of the previous Erangel can end up towards the side of ruins?
Yeah, I think it can, but this time I want to see something maybe around the northern side. I want to see that hard shift and maybe goes to high voltage because they've started off with the chicken dinner, and I would love to see them end with the chicken dinner, and could be the comeback that all the high voltage fans would be hoping for. As SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, really happy with where they've kind of dropped because we've seen them kind of switch things over. Last time, I think we saw Pochinki was completely left vacant. So as a result of which, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming really considered that why not we drop over there and capitalize, and this is going to really help us in our endeavors of trying to play around the centers because every single time they've done that, they've gotten some valuable result. Like SKYLIGHTZ Gaming is one of those teams that really benefits and they know how to defend a push coming at their direction. So yeah, this could be a good game for them as well.
It can be if the circle is in their favor. But like you said, if the circle goes towards the northern side, towards the shooting range, then SKYLIGHTZ Gaming might have to go for for a rotation, and they have to cross path with so many teams. And in the process of doing so, they might lose few of their players. But right now, the only possibility of a close fight happening could be between I8 and DRS. But we have been seeing both these teams find residency towards I8 and Farm, Milta, DRS, and they reside in harmony. They don't go up against each other. At least up until now, they haven't went for each other. Where Sky is already inside the circle. On the other side, TRZ. This can be a bit tricky circle for the players of TRZ because look at the position of Raw officials and Leo. Leo around the Gatka area. So for TRZ also, it's not going to be so easy to breach inside the circle without Leo Esports noticing them. But can 4ME get a second chicken dinner?
I mean, that's the question, right? For this game, or maybe could it be Stalwart ending things on a good note at least? Because today was one of those days where I really thought that yeah, Stalwart Esports they're kind of known for these comebacks, and haven't seen them pull off anything special. To be honest, it's been the same old story, the same old food that has been presented by Stalwart. That is that they go on, they win that one fight, and then trying to transition, trying to rotate, they lose a couple of players, and eventually it kind of turns out to be a survival game. So what's going to be imperative for them is try and keep their players alive. And I think if you remember, Shadow, yesterday in the final game of Erangel, they did exactly the same, and they kind of benefited from that. So if they could produce something like that, then yes. And this is one of those circles which is going to be really tricky to approach, especially when Stalwart want to be going in. The timing is of the utmost importance, right? They have to figure out with I8 keeping a watch, and you also got the likes of DRS. It's going to be such a tough road for them ahead, because maybe somebody takes over the potato hills, but somebody would be definitely around those shoreline compounds, right? And that is a task that Stalwart need to get over before they can even dream of getting a chicken in this game.
Stalwart Esports, not a single chicken dinner up until now. The only place they have come close to was the third position yesterday in the Erangel, in both the Erangels. So yes, definitely Stalwart Esports are performing really good when it comes to Erangel. But the chicken dinner, like you pointed out, still missing. On the other side, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. This team has impressed me the most in the grand finals because we did see a major downfall in their performance from the start of week number 2. They were not able to survive till the final circles. They were losing on to their numbers. And now SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, it's a different SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. The way they have stepped up, going for high frags, going for the elimination points, they were not doing this at all in the league plays. Maybe they were saving all those strategies, all those gameplays for the grand finals, because grand finals is where it matters the most. On the other side, talking about the players of Seal Esports, well, they have a residency towards the side of North Georgiapol. This time, thankfully, there is no drop collision happening, just like it happened in the league plays. This time it's only Seal Esports, and even the circle is in their favor, so they can have the gala time, loot all the compartments, have the best resources, go for those level 3s, level 2s, everything in their favor.
Oh yeah, I mean, for Seal right now, they're gonna be pretty chill, and they're gonna be sort of hoping on the fact that Circle kind of goes a little bit up north, and if that happens, then they're gonna be one of the prime teams to be the favorites in winning this one around. And Seal, to be honest, we haven't really seen much out of them. Have gotten Sanchir in. Let's see what can they do, because Seal Esport, what a fall has it been for this team, right? Especially there was one of those times when Seal was one of the kind of a dominant team in the Mongolian region, and from that, and I mean, they've come this far. That's something we can applaud for, but they've kind of lost that charm that they used to have, that kind of a presence, that dominion over the teams, that fear that has been written off. But yeah, I mean, they would want to sort of get their old days back, their old ways back, and there have been few changes even in their roster, so that's also there. I still remember a time where Seal used to, kind of dominate the initial few weeks, and they kind of have been quite erratic, to be honest. Like back in the days, there have been weeks where Seal used to be, top of the pack, and the next week suddenly they don't even qualify for the Super Weekend. So, we have seen all those things also happening, and yeah, Seal, they've got a long road ahead of them, and we'll have to see what results can they produce. But for NB Esports, eyes are going to be on this team also. They have been, I think, one of the most consistent teams tonight.
Yeah, NB Esports, they are definitely the most consistent team. Call thanks to Mondo and Fistboy, because Fistboy, he stepped in the grand finals, and now the circle shift is going to decide so many things. But look like on the Northern Island, we have Seal Esports and T2K in such close proximity that we can expect a potential fight happening over there. At the same time, Sandesh, well, he goes down out in the open during the rotation. No time to save him, and T2K, they have already suffered a casualty. With that, we have the first blood drawn, and Seal Esports 1 point to their name. Now they can look for a control on the Northern Island, and this circle is going to be so very difficult to play. It can be a Northern circle, it can be a Rozhok circle, it can go either ways. It's not going to be easy to play around.
Yeah, I just wanted to go north, and I'm pretty sure all the viewers watching would also agree with me, because come on, we've seen that southern one, we know how that ends, but a northern one, it's completely gonna change the dynamics of this game, because every single team then would have to rotate, and we are gonna see so much of blood being spilt in those narrow rivers there. But yeah, considering the airdrop that has come in MK14, one other thing we've seen ever since DBS has taken over, we haven't seen a lot of those AWMs, we haven't seen a lot of those MK14s. We've seen Grozza on just that one occasion, but hey, TRZ, they've taken a loss over there. Mad Cat is right on his knees, and will also be finished right off, and that was all she wrote for him, at least. But now, Leo Esports, looking at their position right now, they're kind of just hoping that the circle takes that last curveball towards the ruins area, and if that happens, they're gonna be in such prime position to win this game.
Well, certainly they are in the prime spot. At the same time, there are so many teams that are trying to move from the western side or the eastern side. Few of the teams like NB Esports are the smarter one, going for a northern rotation. They can already have a very good control, but I wonder what if all that hard work goes in vain and the southern circle takes a southern shift or it takes a northern shift. All these teams are going to be so very angry, but it's a game of battle royal. Anything can happen. But talking about the players of raw officials, they're hoping the circle goes toward the side of ruins because that is where they're holding on to the compounds. But raw officials, they really need a chicken dinner if they want to qualify for the SAC. Otherwise, I don't see raw officials making. Is it safe to say it's already too late for raw officials?
I mean, it's gonna be a dream come true if they make it, to be honest. And well, for that they have to get not just one but multiple chicken dinners. At least 20 points in every single game, and yeah, they have to go all guns blazing. If that doesn't happen, then I don't think so. But tomorrow we can see raw officials playing a bit more fearlessly because hey, they have got nothing to lose, right? What had to be done is done, and there you see that circle shift coming in, and DEADEYES have that sly smile right on their faces. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming would also be happy at this point. They've got a real prime position, but Slayer having control over the Rozok Hills, he's gonna have so much of that information. And look at the splash of colors, everybody making a bad dash inside the circle, trying to secure a good spot. Now this is where we can see majority of the fights breaking out. For Medical Vibes, quite in close proximity to High 8, and then you've got Stalwarts also around school, and that is I think one of those fights that I'm really hoping to watch pretty soon.
And what if although the chances are very slim, the circle goes on to that little island where the players of T2K are right now.
Oh.
I would love to see that circle because I do remember I saw that one circle in season 2 of PMPL SA Championship. I would love to see that again, but right now T2K, they have their own worries because from the backlines, IHC, they are coming in on the southern end. We have TRZ and 4MV locking horns with each other, and looks like TRZ, they have made a safe escape. But the area which I hate the most, Water City, but High Voltage, they love it. Because time and time again, we have seen High Voltage to go for that particular area to hold on to. And for now, they have the residency. Even the players of Leo Esports might be looking to hold on to Water City area.
Yeah, I think, one good thing is if you're around the edges, then you're going to benefit. But, Liquid, what? He's just drowned himself. Certainly not the way that he would have wanted to fall down, but it's alright. I mean, hoping that he gets rest back up, and thankfully, we have seen those updates in the past where even if you get knocked out in the water, there's still chances that you could have yourself back up. And yeah, I think it's not going to be a problem for them to kind of force that revive onto him, but High Voltage seems to be applying a little bit of pressure. Malik, however, he's got his position a little bit hidden over there. Not a lot of attention has been drawn to him because I think that's the way for Leo. If they want to try and take down the players of High Voltage, I think Malik has to be their first point of contact. If they can take control over his compound, just push in through. But that's going to take a lot of effort, a lot of smokes to be forced. But MABETEX and NT, that's the fight that we get to see. But SITM spraying down at Suyog, who just whizzes past through the road. And with a supercar directly, they just decide to dive inside the waters. But Desert is well aware of what's happening around him, just hoping that somebody peeks, somebody gets out, and he benefits as QB. Oh my god, Jane could just be landing at his laps, and yes he does. And QB just mowing down all that lead, but still unable to find a knock.
We have a fish in barrel, and T2K, how they are going to survive. The only thing that can happen is someone from the backlines provide the cover fire, but that's not going to happen as Jane also goes down, and QB relentlessly looking for Rig in the water. And Rig, he's pretty much handicapped. He can't do anything. He can't do anything. And T2K, this is not something they were hoping for. Definitely not.
Now, one other thing is QB is kind of low on ammunition. And it's going to be important. At least he has got some on his M4. Definitely on those closer ranges has to watch out, as Rig has finally managed to find some solid cover. And we'll kind of escape unscathed from that grenade. And T2K, the only good thing, the silver lining is that he's still alive. Rig at least. And he's a cheeky player. He can pull off something. But QB, well, he had his chances. He kind of flustered it up. But it's alright. He's got to be a little careful because you've got SITM and NB Esports also fighting it out in the nearby fray. As Dobu swats out Sek, who wants to run him over, and exactly does so. As Leo Esports, they get eliminated. But hold on, as now SITM, they're under fire. Two players already, falling down on their knees. As QB trying to provide the cover fire. I don't think it's going to be enough.
Oh, certainly it won't be enough, and all this commotion is happening on the northeastern side. At the same time, on the northern front, we have MABETEX, we have the players of IHC and Seal Esports as well, and NB Esports. They are safe for now. They have the control of the Wizard Tower, but the next circle shift is going to be so crucial. And looks like it's going south, and Akaze is already ready with his vehicle. Already moving inside the circle, but IHC Zoil all by himself, and Seal Esports with those grenades is trying to bring him down. There is no help. He's the only player surviving. At the same time, Baron is trying to dash inside the circle with those vehicles, bearing the brunt of the blue, but will he be allowed? And no is the answer, as Becca instantly shuts him down. And MABETEX Esports also bids bye-bye on the 15th spot with only a single point. But Zoil, how is he going to escape?
In his vehicle. And he's gonna get away with murder if he successfully does so. And seems like he's doing that, in fact. IHC survived by just one player, but the question is for how long, as he's gonna be just mowed down with all those bullets, and finally falls down to his misery, as the circle kind of tends to just fall short on Rozok only. And now I8, they've also been eliminated. For Miracle Vibes, again establishing a dominion over the server, as kind of going for a 2-2 split, trying to take control over the Rozok Hills. And one good thing is nobody's behind them, so at least they can play comfortably from around here. On the nearest threat would of course be Stalwart, who have managed to keep all 4 of their players alive. And Stalwart have done that even yesterday in the past, as Doc spots out the players of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming trying to make a move. The next circle shift is going to be of the utmost importance. We're going to have a clear picture of if the circle is going to go towards the hills or it's going to go towards the city of Rozok. Also on a few occasions, we've seen it go a little towards the western side, but East finds an important knock on Nirset, but Action finds an instant trade as he inches in the gap.
And now 4MV, they have to take this fight. They have to take control from the hands of Stalwart Esports, as they want to take the dominant control on the southern front. And with Nerzed down, this is the opening which the players of 4MV were looking for. And East having the height advantage. One of the player top already going for the revival. And this is the moment when East can close an inch closer. But the grenades are stopping him in his tracks. But slowly he's crawling his way. But Stalwart Esports, well, they looks like all the 4 players are safe for now. At least they are looking safe. On the other side, DRS and Seal, they are going up against each other, and it looks like Seal Esports, the numbers are not favoring their case. One player already eliminated. Second player also goes down through the hands of Degree, but Nirzed, perfect grenade comes in from the side of Doc, and Doc never fails to impress me with those grenades. Now Nirzed again in a lot of trouble.
Oh, he certainly is, as they have lost out on Apex, but still Stalwart somehow have managed to keep all 3 of their players alive. One of them just knocked out. They need to get him back up, but the same cannot be said for Miracle Vibes, having lost out on Apex, as Action and Nirzed trying to cause a lot of chaos. And Action won't have any trouble getting Nirzed back alive, but yeah, you could see those nades keep pouring in, but Nirzed somehow still alive. And Stalwart at this point, I really feel they should kind of retreat and hold on to the higher grounds. And Action trying to just draw some attention, trying to spot out the players for Miracle Vibes. But East being smart as ever, he doesn't hitch. And as a result, somebody from Stalwart has managed to take a knock on Refuse. Now, this is the perfect cue where Stalwart can decide to go in for the push. And if they succeed in doing so, if they can wipe off for medical vibes from around here, they're going to get a massive advantage. They're going to have that entire southern territory. And as a result of which, look at that. Even Top is committing to this fight. Refuse, he's got a revive, and maybe that window that they had is kind of lost and it's gone. As there you can see, Top gets knocked out. Action instantly gets a trade, but Doc and Refuse, it all comes down to them. And Doc not at the right side. He has to somehow figure out that he cannot afford to get exposed. And one good thing is that no other teams are focused in on him. TRZ has to provide that quintessential cover fire. Action somehow managing to force that revive onto its tops. But for Miracle Vibes, they found a very good angle. And this is it for them. But Refuse getting shot as Icy from up top provides that cover fire. It has all come down to Doc, who still keeps up with the fight. Did manage to take the action down in this situation. But still a 1v3. It's going to be too tough for him to push, especially with Icy watching him over from the hills.
Oh, certainly. It all happened under the supervision of IC, having the perfect positioning, providing the information onto the where exactly the plus of 4MV are. But somewhere else on the northwestern front, DEADEYES and SKYLIGHTZ Gaming were also going up against each other, where SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they have managed to eliminate DEADEYE guys. Now, they do have the northwestern control in their favor, but Stalwart, NB Esports, they have to move inside the circle. NB still on the eastern side, where the players of DRS are there to stop them in the tracks. But DRS, they also have to inch closer inside the city of Rozhok. And this is not going to be easy because it's an open field area. They have to come out in the open, and Stalwarts are ready to punish them. But looks like Akaza is going to be the brave one with that vehicle. Directly rushes in and knocks himself out by jumping from the vehicle. Oh my god.
I could literally see a 360-degree somersault over there. Akaze, what was he thinking? But Stalwart, one good thing is, they've got their players alive. IC, of course, has been knocked out, and this time, it doesn't look sunny. But look at that cover fire. Now, this is exactly the kind of Stalwart you would want to see in these final moments. Is Mondo not with the best of HP, but Action, he maneuvers over, tries to create another angle as Fistboy gets taken down. TRZ has to try and keep IC alive, has to make sure that nobody pushes at his direction. But Action, he is gonna do it all as he gets that final kill. And there goes NB Esports out at the 9th position. Considering the fact that Stalwart took the high ground, they have been benefiting massively from it, and now they've got that entire southern territory all to themselves. Now this is where Stalwart Esports have to make their mark, have to end the day with a chicken dinner, have to get back into the contention of getting that first spot, because Stalwart as a team is kind of should not just settle with a 3rd or 4th spot, right? They're the ones who need to try and get the championship trophy, get the lion's share of the prize pool, and head in to the SC Championship with a lot of confidence.
100% agreed. No second thought on that. But right now, SITM and SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they are also in a close fight where SITM, they don't have the numbers. It's only a solo player surviving. But talking about Stalwart, yes, the uphill area which they are holding on to, they get a lot of information about the teams inside the Rozhok city. So that information they can capitalize on. This is definitely looking like this is their game to lose unless the circle plays its own trick, where Stalwarts, well, they are not inside the circle, but that is unlikely to happen. But for now, Nima, well, few shots were coming in his direction. He won't be coming out in the open next time. But AJ is a bit too away from his teammate. Now, AJ and SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they need to be a bit careful about the position of QB, because he's a lone wolf. All he needs is few end game points, 1 or 2 elimination points that he can get at this point, because for sure, he can't move inside the city of Rozhok without facing SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. So let's see if we can do enough damage onto them.
Oh, that's a big question mark. And considering SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they've kept all 4 of their players alive, and I think that is their go-to strat, right? They they stay on till the end and try to fight it out. And this is where things have gotten a little bit interesting for Stalwart. How do they breach through Rozhok? How do they get towards that northern side? Because we are approaching the end game of Erangel. And even for SKYLIGHTZ Gaming also, high voltage assassin, he's got to defend with all his might. The lone sim player surviving. All he's got to look out for is those position points. Now, Raw officials, they have done a pretty decent job in keeping all 4 of their players alive. DRS, they've also, kept themselves live and kicking, at least for now. Now, this is where, who gets to be the aggressors. The next circle shift is going to decide that, right? Who's got to move out of their comfort zone? Who's going to make that rush? And how many utils do these teams have on them? Do they have enough grens? Do they have enough mollies? A lot of smoke is also needed, because now whoever is going to be the aggressor is going to really watch out, because they're going to be kind of exposed to shots from literally from every corner of the map.
Oh, they need to be prepared for those grenades. And with that SITM Esports, the only player couldn't do much. Now he has been eliminated with only 7 teams remaining. And Stalwart Esports still having the circle, southern control, and an uphill advantage. They do know about the position of few players of Raw officials. And NEPAL is also already capitalizing on that information. Stalwarts, they are just waiting for the opponents to come out in the open or commit any kind of a mistake. Because this time, Stalwarts, they are cautious. The aggression is there, but it's a controlled aggression. They're aiming for the chicken dinner, and looks like everything is working in their favor. They're holding all the aces, and SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, even they have the numbers. And if the circle goes a bit north, I think SKYLIGHTZ can be in a good position to go for the winner chicken dinner.
Well, I mean, it certainly can be. That's going to be decided in the next 20 seconds, Shadow. As Tops, doing what he does best. I mean, every single time this man yields a mini 14, we know we're in for a treat. Quite precise. Certainly has to do it yet again. Stalwarts, right now they are closest to victory in the grand finals, and surely would not want to bottle this chance up. And well, as you can see, the next shift this time, Stalwarts have to march their way inside the circle, and they know that next target, they have to be Raw. They have to contest against them, but it's going to be such an uphill task, especially with SKYLIGHTZ Gaming constantly just poking them, pinching them. How are they going to get in? And look at that angle that Uta is going to have. Like, even if somebody from Stalwart just dashes in on Zordi or Kancha's account, in fact House, how are they going to protect? So Uta has to do the inevitable, but it's going to be so difficult with the amount of smokes that have been invested there. So this is something that Raw really needs to watch for as the dash comes in. Uta just constantly just spraying up, and there you go. Uta somehow manages to find Rinzed. As I see, he needs to recuperate. He needs to patch himself up before he gets himself into the midst of the action. As Zordi just making sure he's got all those preemptive grenades cooked. As SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they've also taken that sweet opportunity to try and close in. As IC goes falling down, Zordi doing a lot of things right, as now Stalwarts again reduced to just 2 players, as now Raw decide to infiltrate into their compound, as Top in action, somehow wanting to defend, will not happen, as they just pounce in and absolutely blow them apart. As Stalwarts, they decided to commit for that push, and they had to do it, but Raw officials, they were so well prepared.
And now they are going to get a grade in the loot and the resources. They were short on those grenades, but now they are going to get it from the crates of Stalwart Esports. We were so focused on Stalwart that we forgot that Raw officials can also get this winner chicken dinner if they manage to eliminate the entirety of Stalwart, which they have done so beautifully without losing any of their player. Uta, perfect position. Stalwart, they didn't anticipate the position of Uta, and with NEPAL down, well, it was easy for Raw officials. Not so easy, but Uta is not going to stop as he takes down Delta over there from the side of DRS. And now the players of SKYLIGHTZ are also inching closer towards the side of Assassin, who is hiding, not giving any kind of a sound cue. And now the circle is also closing in, inching closer, and Skiller is looking for knocks with those grenades onto the plus of Steel Esports, but no connection whatsoever.
Yeah, no connection, at least for now, as there you go. Steel Esports, they were live for so long. DRS, just when they thought they could have gotten away with it, Uta lobs a grenade, and this is the golden chance that SKYLIGHTZ Gaming were waiting for. In fact, Uta just kind of just dashes in with that push, and Gyante has to survive, and he has to keep his team alive, as Uta finds a knock there, as Zordi, Claw, everybody from Raw just go, just prancing at DRS's direction, and there you go. They have been wiped out from the face of Earth, as SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, They want to get that back-to-back chicken dinner, and they are on pursuit as Raw. They're doing the unthinkable. 14 eliminations already for this team. But SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they've got a very beautiful angle over there, right on top, as they have to be watchful. There you can see No Fear finding that flank, but Mafia Ninja just proning down, and there you go. One more comes in. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming get a back-to-back. 3 chicken dinners out of 6 gameplay tonight. What a day for these lads. Wow.
Correctly, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, the perfect synergy. Even the position of No Fear was so very crucial in that situation when the players of Raw were marching towards him. It was No Fear's position that was able to bring down the numbers of Raw. And in the end, it was the DBS that came to the perfection. And SKYLIGHTZ, they are so happy. Those happy faces. Now they are in a very safe spot to qualify for the SAC.
Yeah, even their mascot was proud, quite happy, just taking a pat from his owner. And in fact, yes, well deserved. I'm pretty sure SKYLIGHTZ fans, they're gonna be elated with how they performed this time around. A winner chicken dinner for them. Very well deserved. This is where SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, who was struggling so badly yesterday, and we were thinking what went wrong, and today is the day they stage a comeback and now just bounce on to the 5th position in the overall ranking. Oh, what a game it was. I mean, it just could have been anybody's. And SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, just that one small tiny play where I've seen, on multiple occasions, No Fear kind of likes to stay aloof from his squad. There have been times where he's also the entry. Sometimes he kind of stays, kind of creates that flank, and that is what made all the difference, right? Because Raw committed their entire force in going straight head on for a push. They managed to deal with DRS. That was fine. But SKYLIGHTZ Gaming were just one step ahead. And then Mafia Ninja, all he did was just prone down and just tap along with the DBC and enjoy the sweet little victory. Because had No Fear not created that opening, not gotten that knock, then things could have been either ways. But SKYLIGHTZ Gaming still came through. But this was such a heated encounter, right? So many of those moments, so many things to break down. One of the best fights that we got to see, Stalwart versus for Medical Vibe, 2 of the biggest Mongolian forces going up against each other. This was the closest, and this was in fact the best performance from Stalwart so far, but well, wasn't enough because it was kind of helpful. Now this is something where we can't really scoff at them because they had no other choice, right?
Well, Stalwart Esports, instead of rushing directly onto the compounds of Raw officials, had they gone for a knock down one player and then rush into the compound, had they dealt with Yeta Uta, things could have been different. At the same time, Raw officials, had they left one player exactly where No Fear was, they could have been checking that flank angle, which was created by SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. But rather they went for the aggressive push onto the plus of DRS, then towards the side of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. When they were dealing with the plus of DRS, SKYLIGHTZ had enough time for No Fear to send to him for the flank angle, and that is where SKYLIGHTZ Gaming got a beautiful chicken dinner for themselves.
Oh, they certainly did. And Raw officials, Yeta Uta, he's going to be the MVP, and especially when they were kind of the odds were against them. These players, they kind of living the last ride over here in this tournament. They were right at the very bottom, and it was a really nice game. And they need to, I think with this second position finish, if they can pull off a chicken dinner, or can be sort of like literally consistent with these plays tomorrow in the 6 matches that we have remaining, then maybe the dreams can still be alive for this squad.
Just when it's said, and I asked you, is it too late for the players of Raw officials to deliver a very high fragging game? But yes, they need to keep up the consistency because the chances are still not in their favor, considering they have very few points in their hands and they are right at the bottom on the last spot in the overall ranking. They have to bring in the consistency because only 6 games remaining, not too many games that they can experiment. They have to be the aggressive force. well, as they say, the fortune favors the brave. You have to be brave enough to take the fights, and maybe Raw officials can make it into SAC, because well, they made it in the grand finals also on the very last day, but just few points.
Of course, and as we take a look at the top players, we've got Mafia Ninja, Zordi, No Fear, and Nima. So SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, of course, I mean, we'll come back to them, right? They were the ones, and they did so much in this game, right? Kind of took over. Rozok, this time they dropped off at Pochinki, were very patient, and I think that so far that's been working out for them, right? Patience is the key. And towards the end, it all kind of broke. It kind of became easier for SKYLIGHTZ Gaming when Stalwart sort of decided to push in on Raw. And, you know, Raw at that point, to be honest, Shadow, they couldn't have done much. I mean, Stalwart couldn't have done much because, you know, Raw, they were not revealing themselves, right? Everybody was just hidden in their compound. So Stalwart was going in for an ambush. And that is exactly what happened, right? They decided to just entirely smoke off that area. And yet out that, you know, they did still take some measures, right? They had dropped off smokes, but who would have thought that Yetauta would still find a knock? And then we saw Zordi and the others, even Claw, they found out some way to just, you know, throw those preemptive grenades and got the job done. And in doing so, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they found the perfect opportunity to come a little downhill. And that is when things started getting really changed up. And as we take a look at the match summary, you know, here are the stats. You know, Mafia Ninja, finally we get to see the OG player stepping up. Yetauta did dish out the highest damage, you know, staying on the flanks. He did it all. And even for Stalwart, this was sort of a roller coaster of a game for them, which will help them secure quite a few points.
Yes, they do have few good points, and one more player who could have got few more points in his favor was the last man standing from the side of SITM. He could have tried to bring down the number of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming towards the very end stages of the game, but instead rather chose to go down by the play zone, went for the heal battle. That didn't work in his favor, and now SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they have the beautiful chicken dinner and 21 points in their favor. Raw officials, 14 elimination, 20 total points, but is it enough? No. They have to keep the consistency, bring the consistency on the very last day. Stalwart, for them, it was a very high fragging game. In fact, like you pointed out, it was the best game for Stalwart, 10 points to their name, and on the third spot.
Yeah, and look at the placement points. Kind of hurts, doesn't it? And yeah, I think, you know, Assassin did whatever he could to survive for his team. Did not have a lot of eliminations as a result. Even DRS Gaming, you could see that panic sort of set in. But I think considering NB still have a few more points lead, they're going to be ending day number 2 staying on the top spot. As we take a look at the bottom half of the table, where Eliminate Crew, we've kind of seen them falling off, right? This is not exactly where they're supposed to be. MABETEX also, throughout the entire day, the way they performed in day number 1 was sort of missing. And the same can be said for IHC also.
Well, IHC, yes. In the Sanhok, they had good elimination points for themselves, but other than that, IHC were kind of missing today, because yesterday, yes, they were coming on the second spot as well, but now they were nowhere to be seen in the top 5. So yeah, IHC also need to step up. At the same time, TRZ, Kunyo TRZ, I thought after the second game that TRZ are going to bring the consistency, but that was not the case. And in the overall ranking, I think they are still not in the safe area. But NB Esports, well, they are on the top, like you said, 161 points to them. DRS, they come down to the second spot with 153 points, and Stalwart, without any chicken dinner, 149 points to them, and only 18 placement points.
Yeah, now this is what we've been talking about, right? Even we head on to the final day, we cannot say that there is a certain team that you know, is kind of above everybody else, right? NB Esports, they still have that narrow margin of lead, which can be overtaken easily. Tomorrow is going to be a day where you have to really hold on to your composure. You have to show that you know, sheer mental strength, and whoever does that is going to be the champion. And the contest is, I think, between the top 4 teams right now, unless and until SKYLIGHTZ Gaming just bounce back or get another chicken dinner like they have been playing today, because today has pretty much been SKYLIGHTZ's evening, right? 3 chicken dinners out of 6, you know, 50% win rate. What else do you need? So Illuminate Crew, we've seen them dropping off. High Voltage Esports, they started a day with a shebang, but then it was all about trying to secure those position points.
Yeah, you need to have the perfect balance between the placement points and the finish points, and Dead guys seem to be lacking that because they are a little short on those placement points. Yes, they're trying to grab those elimination points, but they need to focus on the survival as well. And right now, they are few points short from SITM Esports, and they are in the danger area. And so, the plus of TRZ, Seal Esports, Raw officials, Seal, they are not performing up to my expectations because in the league plays, yes, they were on and off. Few games they were shining in, few games they were completely missing out. But this time they need to understand that only few games remaining, and they really need to focus and get the chicken dinner. Just like the plus of Raw officials went all YOLO, played with the circle, got the best spot inside the circle, and if TRZ and Dead Guys managed to do the same thing, maybe the players of Dead Guys can make it into top 12.
The fight for top 12, like I said, for all the new viewers that have tuned in, I mean, it's all about the road to the SA Championship, right? And with the way Deadeye's guys, Kunyo TRZ, they've been playing, I think tomorrow, this first 2-3 games, that's going to be of the utmost importance. If they can just close in the gap on SITM, of course, SITM haven't... I do not know, they've been making some really silly mistakes, right? Especially the one constantly trying to force a fight with high voltage, and this is where you kind of have to let your ego aside. You have to realize the gravity of the situation, that they're at the 12th spot with Deadeyes and TRC. These are the teams that do have those tendency to surprise us, and considering Deadeyes guys, they've been there in the region for quite a long time. I mean, ever since PMPL we saw the first inception. Now we're almost at we're about to get down to the 7th. They've been always there, right? And Deadeye's guys is a team that you can never really anticipate, and they're not going to take that fall, right? They would want to go on to play the SA Championship. So SITM will have to rethink their approach, especially in the game of Sanhok. But today, I think the day can be divided sort of into two halves, right? One was SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, and the others were the remainder, right? Because initially, had SKYLIGHTZ Gaming not won this one, Shadow, we could have told that, yes, I think today was the day of comeback for the teams that were around in the bottom 8. But SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, when we thought that today might be the day where Stalwart do something like what SKYLIGHTZ Gaming did, SKYLIGHTZ were the ones who took the opportunity, showed the right composure, the right patience, they were at the right spot, at the right time, and it did pay back.
But they need to do the same on the last day number 3 as well, because I8, they kind of did similar thing yesterday. They got two chicken dinners for themselves, but today I8, except for one good game, that is third Erangel, I don't think I8 were literally there having those elimination points or placement points. So they were also kind of missing out. Yes, they will qualify for the SAC. The consistency was not there. So the consistency is something that SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, if they bring in, maybe they can be the table toppers as well.
Oh, they certainly can be. But even for Miracle Vibes, this was of course they got a chicken dinner, and then we sort of started wondering, maybe this is it, right? This is the Miracle Vibes that we'd been hoping for, and that's, I think, we kind of saw that a little bit of a transition in their style of play. How they'd been, approaching the game, because earlier in the first 3 games we saw them, just had a blindfold on their eyes, and wherever they heard gunshots, they would just charge in at their direction. And in the league stages, Shadow, I think it kind of worked out for them, and they were getting away with it. But cometh the 3rd week of league stages, that's where teams started figuring their strategy out. It was all about how do you counter a team that's extremely aggressive. Just play like how TRZ did. Stop IHC in Sanhok. Just play like how Raw stopped Stalwart, like in Erangel. Just wait, find the perfect angles, throw those pre-cooked grenades, and when they come just knocking at the doors, they explode. And that is something that the teams have been capitalizing. And for Miracle Vibes, they've been playing on the momentum, and once that momentum gets taken away, that's where you start second guessing yourself. So for Miracle Vibes, we could see a little bit of control being exercised tonight, but then Stalwart Esports, that one fight was so beautiful from their side, the way they executed, right? I see especially, being on top of that hill, making sure that no matter whatever happens, he's not going to let Action fall. And Action, I think, has to be the MVP, right? Constantly keeping himself alive when Top and Nirzed both were falling down. He went on, forced the revives, they did everything, and this is exactly the kind of Stalwart I think even the fans would want to watch.
Well, no, completely agree. That fight with the players of 4MV was so very crucial. Yes, IC was providing the information, but the way Action was going for the rescue mission onto his fallen teammates, kudos to him, because that was a pressure situation. It was not some other team. It was 4MV, the team that brings in the maximum aggression, not easy to deal with. So it was not at all an easy fight to shut down the players of 4MV over there. But on the other side, they didn't anticipate the position of Yeta Uta. That is where they fell down. Had they gone for a flank angle instead of directly rushing into the compounds of Raw officials, I have no second thought. This was a chicken dinner for the players of Stalwart Esports.
And of course, I mean, there are a lot of ifs and buts, a lot of probabilities. But SKYLIGHTZ Gaming just, in fact, Stalwart just took their chances. But let's take a look at SKYLIGHTZ Gaming's performance, the team card of how they've been playing, and you can see No Fear on he's got 13, but Mafia Ninja has been the hero so far, 18 eliminations for his team. But all these players, everybody has contributed, and I must say you cannot say that you could pick one player over the other.
100%. Yes, No Fear usually goes for the flank angles, but the perfect stats are coming in. It's the perfect synergy that the players of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming are bringing in when they try and take down even the top dogs in the lobby. That is why the 3 chicken dinners are coming in. Perfect rotations. Rotations were never a problem for the players of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. It was the 4v4 fights which they were engaging in, or the players being caught off guard individually. And SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, well, they have worked perfectly on it. That is being showcased in their stats as well. Perfect synergy. Nima being the one providing the information to his teammates. AJ, No Fear, and Mafia Ninja, especially Mafia Ninja. He's the main player who kind of brings in the creates the opening, finds post knock onto the opponent, and then go ahead and rush onto the opponent.
Yeah, I think they've kind of had a little bit of a change in their roles, and that's kind of working out really well for SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. And I think with the morals boosted up, tomorrow is going to be an interesting day, because they've kind of inched in that gap. One more good game, and I think they could also be on the race for the top spot. And if they can carry on doing this, and I think this could be a comeback that SKYLIGHTZ Gaming is not going to forget anytime soon. But before we get things to a close, let's take a quick look at the MVP rankings. Let's see who's the prime contender for those $1,000. And yes, can't really keep tops away. Despite Stalwart Esports not performing the way they were supposed to, Tops has kept himself in the top of the order.
Oh yes, certainly. Tops this time, even in the league plays, this guy was in the race of the MVP for the huge individual prize money. Along with them, it was East, but this time it's only Tops. And with that, we have Doc also with 20 elimination of his own. Less survival time, but I don't blame Doc, because yeah, the entire team of 4MV was not able to survive for very long, but still Doc was able to bring those elimination. I wonder how many are just through grenades, because this guy and the grenades projectile are always the perfect one. But we have Fist Boy from the side of NB Esports this time with 19 elimination of his own, and Sek has also stepped up on this day, I have to say. 17 elimination. This guy was completely missing in the league plays, but the way he has been playing in the grand final Sek from NB Esports, he's looking very impressive.
Yeah, I think when yesterday was all about Fist Boy, and in those end phases was Mondo, today Sek sort of took command and kind of provided that perfect support for his teammate and teammates, and was kind of like felt like the anchor, right? Every single time they were under extreme duress, this guy, he used to be the savior for his team. As a result, now he's also gotten himself on the contention, and he's been can't really say he's the flashiest of the player of the team, because that has to be Fist Boy, but he's been doing things undercover, right? And he's been getting the job done. But DRS Gaming, I think yesterday was a much better day than what was today. They still are kind of having that one simple mantra, that is just to be consistent and get the job done. As we take a look at the day summary and find for ourselves, it is like I said, was a SKYLIGHTZ day, as they've managed 3 out of 6 chicken dinners, and then we did see the thing starting off with High Voltage playing really well. I mean, the way they won Miramar, I thought, they're going to do wonders. And, they were trying. And even in Sanhok, but the same spell sort of haunted them, right? Where they used to win that one fight, and then suddenly DEADEYES guys would just find them and take them down.
Yes, then we have Erangel, where the players of Leo Esports finally did a comeback and showcased a very good gameplay. Yes, the perfect rotations were showcased from their side. Then we have 4MV finally getting a chicken dinner for themselves, where the players of High Voltage tried to get the second one for themselves but failed to do so. It was 4MV, they trained Supreme, but Assassin, kudos to him, valiant effort from his side. In the second Miramar, in the Sanhok, it was again SKYLIGHTZ Gaming coming on the top and Leo Esports coming so close to getting the second chicken dinner for the day. But it was SKYLIGHTZ, and after the third chicken dinner, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, well, they are looking so comfortable in the overall ranking and too many elimination points. Yes, the previous Sanhok, they were not able to get those elimination points, but the last Erangel, they were looking so confident. 11 eliminations. SKYLIGHTZ, they are doing everything to the perfection.
Oh yeah, I think it all, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, it just kind of aligned for them tonight. And like I said, right, in a Battle Royale game, you have to be at the right position in the right time. And they did all of that, right? Especially in that final game, we did see the glimpses. Even in Sanhok, even, in every single game that they kind of participated, I think was a SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. But the other teams like, I8 was kind of not impressive, especially especially like how they performed yesterday. Kind of was heartbreaking. They had that one Erangel chicken dinner with kind of which Leo sort of stole away from them. And even we could see the Prizal of Leo Esports. They had also been playing pretty amazing. I think now teams have figured out, you need to be at the center of the circle and you've got to defend. And if you can do that, then things would definitely work out for you. But yes, folks, that was all we had, for today. That was, those games where we could see all these teams down at the bottom half of the table make their way to the top 8, and SKYLIGHTZ Gaming writing history again and again, trying to get themselves back up with, just final 6 days remaining. In fact, final 6 matches remaining, and that final 1 day to go. Anything could happen. And yes, make sure that you have subscribed to the YouTube channel where you can follow all the action. And really running out of breath and words, because 6 games and 6 long games can do a lot of things to your throat.
Yes, it can. I feel for the players. Back-to-back 6 games, it's not so easy.
Yeah.
Yes, we have to cast, but they have to play. The IGL, so many things are happening inside the game. Constantly looking at your screen, it's not so easy. Even the players face a burnout.
It's not just a burnout, right? I mean, at least for the players, we can say that, they kind of died pretty early. But not for the case, not for us. But hope you guys enjoyed, and we're going to be calling it a night. We'll see you tomorrow. So till then, take care and have a good night.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you.
Go, go, go!